bringing you coverage live from Luxembourg. So today is all qualifying. We are just watching the tail end of practice. We're then going to have a round of qualifying, the second round of qualifying, with one of them being held yesterday. Bruno Coelho taking round number 1 in modified, and Ollie Baltink taking it in stock. 2 rounds from 5 total to count. So looking to see if Bruno and Ollie can take this second round of qualifying that's being held this morning and guarantee themselves a place on the front row. So no one can actually seal TQ until round 4. That's going to be the earliest possibility. And to do that, they're going to have to have won all 4 rounds of qualifying up to that point. Beyond that, it's open. It's going to be anyone's game to win it. So we are getting set in a couple of minutes for the front-wheel drive class to start. We've got 3 heats of fronty. We're going to have 7 heats of spec, and we've got 4 heats of modified. We've then got a short sort of 15-ish minute break before we go into qualifying round 3, and then we're with you for the rest of the afternoon, all the way through till around about 5:30 for the end of qualifying. So may have a few little sort of breaks in the commentary in between, just in some of the lower heats of spec, just to give us a quick chance to have a refresh. Otherwise ends up being a pretty long day for all of us. But if you are just joining us here, welcome. We'd like to say thank you to event sponsors Hobbywing, also ELSRAM, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XCESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Bailey G1W7Z said, "Did Bruno crash out in practice?" No, he just didn't. He didn't start in the same place as everybody else. The track was just open in general, so everybody just allowed to start where they want. He was able just to put the car down where he want, just get a feel for the car, what the car was doing. Coming up in this front-wheel drive heat then, Edwin Kvarnstrom is going to lead away from Yannick Romans, Yannick Pasquier, Nikos Nikolakopoulos, Marek Sova, Patrick Room, Frankie Fletcher, Valdemar Wikstrom and Yanis Narantzis. So cars just being released out onto the circuit now. These front-wheel drive cars a little bit more sedate than the open modified cars. Running with the lead car, car number 8 at the moment. That's Edwin Kvarnstrom. Just let it settle down for a couple of laps and see who's looking in a strong position. Got following the 1 car at the moment. This is Yannick Pasquier, the all orange coloured car. Looks like if we can move 1 car back, that is Frankie Fletcher, the green and yellow coloured car. He's just coming down through the corkscrew now. Frankie running in 2nd place in this heat at the moment. It's really going well out there. Good run coming together for Frankie, currently 2nd position in the heat. And we've moved focus back on to, I believe that's the car number 6. Sorry, that's the number 4 car. So 6 and 4 running very close together. That's Valdemar Wikstrom running with Frankie Fletcher. This is the closest battle between 2 cars. You can see as they disappear down into the bomb hole, then up to the top of the corkscrew. Flick down the hill there, quite a lot of elevation change out here on this circuit at Luxembourg. Kvarnstrom disappearing into the distance. He's predicted a time some 12 seconds faster. He's currently 4.7 seconds down the road. Patrick Room somewhere in there as well with the number 3 car. So he's kind of in this battle for 2nd and 3rd as well. Let's see if we can find him. He is the white and green coloured car, just going up the top of the corkscrew now. So he's the 2nd of the 2 cars just coming out onto the main straight. So here's Patrick Room now running in 3rd position. So he's just got himself in front of Frankie. Frankie flashes up into 3rd position, then you'll see Patrick gets it slightly wrong on the exit of the bomb hole and takes a little bit too much curb up at the top of the hill, but gets away with it. You can see closing in now, and as some traffic get out of his way. So that was the 7 car of Nikos Nikolakopoulos. One minute remaining for these drivers. So big, wide flowing open track here, not necessarily showing off these front wheel drive cars' abilities to their best. Edwin Kvarnstrom, though, has disappeared off into the distance. He's predicting a time still. It's now some 7 seconds quicker than Valdemar Wikstrom. So Edwin Kvarnstrom has finished, just coming up to finishing times for the rest of these drivers. That's our first qualifying action of the day done. So 3 more runs in qualifying for these guys in front wheel drive. Cars being called back into the pit lane. You can see Edwin Kvarnstrom takes that one. Probably feeling a little bit disappointed that didn't seed into a higher heat. Got the 2nd of the 3 front wheel drive heats coming up next. We had yesterday Stefan Schultz taking round number 1. He did 14 laps in 5 minutes 12. So that gives you an idea on the kind of time we're looking for. Frederick Hovgaard going to lead these guys away in this one. Frederick winning the title a couple of years ago in Belgium. He ended up yesterday with his sort of quickest time in this penultimate heat. He ended up 6th in round, just to give you some idea of where he's probably going to drop in. Frederik Hovgaard going to lead away from Lucas Ott and Stefan Romans. There we go, Frederik Hovgaard from Lucas Ott, Stefan Romans, Julian Jost, Mark Young, Theo Parasarakis, Jeremy Desmond, Pierre-Nicolas Pilato. And we got Philippos Georgantis and Christos Vassilopoulos. Ross saying good evening from NZ. Good evening, Ross. So people joining us from all around the world. Frederik Hovgaard leading away the minty green coloured car down the back straight. Steph BZGT saying hello, bonjour. Bonjour to you too. We've got Stefan Romans with the quickest opening lap. He's the number 2 car. I believe that's the white or the blue and white coloured car, so 2 cars back. There we go. This is Stefan Romans, our leader. And he started out... The reason he's shown as leading, if you're new to this and watching this, their clocks start individually 1 second apart from one another and run independent of one another. So he started 2 seconds behind the lead car and is currently less than 2 seconds behind him on track. So Stefan Romans leading this one from Lucas Ott, who is the car directly in front of him, the white and gold coloured car that you just see disappearing out of shot. He's running it in 2nd position, some 0.2 of a second away. And then Frederik Hovgaard is running in 3rd position. In fact, Lucas Ott now taking the lead, so if we can move forward 1 car. There we go, the white and gold coloured car. So these 3 cars all within half a second of one another. And front 2 have made a little bit of a break for it. So Lucas Ott and Frederik Hovgaard edging away from Stefan Romans now. Stefan starting out hot, but these 2 that we are running with the lead 2 with the strongest pace. Lucas Ott was, let's have a look, he was 7th in round yesterday. So looking quite comfortable, obviously knowing that Frederik Hovgaard was somewhere up there as well. Of course, he'd love to catch him and pass him, but he knows that at the moment he is definitely within a second of Frederik Hovgaard. So he is in front of him on the clock. That's probably going to be his target. If he can just sit there in the wheel track. A little bit of a mistake dropping down into the bomb hole. Gets away with it, just costs him a little bit of momentum, which is very important. Russell Draper saying good morning in Varna. Good morning to you, Russell. So you can see Lucas Ott closing back in again on Frederik Hovgaard. Less than 2 minutes remaining now for these guys. Heading for, both heading for 14 lap runs, 14 in 5:20. If you remember, we said Stefan Schultz yesterday was a 14 in 5:12 that he did. Expecting that pace to drop off slightly again as they come towards the end of the run. But lead 2 still down the back straight. Lucas Ott will be relatively comfortable knowing that he is inside that 1 second. So his lead at the moment is 4.5 tenths. Is now starting to pull out a little bit, so Frederik Hovgaard just starting to stretch away. Looking pretty close on predicted times at the end, so Lucas won't be wanting Frederik to get much further in front. Gap between them now 4/100ths of a second, so we may well have a change of lead right at the end of this one. Frederik Hovgaard looking like he's got good pace all the way to the end of the heat. So it could be as they're going to be starting their final lap now. So this is Frederik Hovgaard we're running with. Has taken the lead. They just make the split for the extra lap. So Frederik Hovgaard has just taken the lead over Lucas Ott. But super close between them. There was like 1.5 tenths between them. So all to play for on this last lap as they head down towards the line through the bomb hole. No mistakes up and across the timing line. Frederik Hovgaard has just taken that one by around 1/4 of a second from Lucas Ott. So right at the end, Frederik Hovgaard keeping his head there, taking that one. 14 in 5.22. Those guys, the only drivers making the 14-lap run. So Hovgaard 5.22. He did a 14.523 yesterday. So still super close between them, and around a second faster than they went yesterday. So track is in good condition for setting times, certainly in the front-wheel drive class. They look like they're ready to go out there and sort of set a normal time. We were wondering whether yesterday afternoon's times would be critical for the tiebreak. It appears not at the moment. Welcome to you again if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV on this Saturday morning. We're at the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships in Luxembourg. Would like to give a shout out to event sponsors Hobbywing. And also thank you to Elsaram, Infinity, the Lens Bodies, XCESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Stefan Schultz will lead away from Mark Valent, Orlin Threhu, Max Veffers, Thomas Sova, Alexandra Topan, Roman Borchel, Gergo Valent, Jacques Libar and Cedric Grudelet. Stefan Schultz took this one yesterday from Mark Valent about 1.5 seconds. And that was sort of the lead gap between them. Cars off and running. Stefan Schultz looks like he's sitting this one out. So Mark Valent off and running. Looks like that might be some tyre tactics coming into play. So Stefan not going to lock in a front row starting position yet. A couple of laps in, looks like Jacques Libar is actually the quickest car out there with the 10 car. So he is the minty green coloured car, just up at the top of the corkscrew now, coming down onto the main straight. So he's the middle of those three cars there. Jack Lieber, local driver, leading this one. Scotty NZRC saying good evening from NZ. Good evening to you, Scotty. Jack Lieber still leading this one. Currently predicting a 14 in 5:09, which is quicker than Stefan's 5:12 from yesterday, but expecting, we're only a minute and a half into the run, expecting that predicted time to drop away. That tends to happen because the first, it's calculated on your average lap time, and of course your early laps are quicker, so the average always extends outwards. Jack Lieber going nicely though. Let's see if we can find who else looks like they are up there. Romain Bourchel with the 4 car. Let's see if we can spot the 4 car out there. He's going quite nicely up in 3rd place. Roman is the yellow coloured car. He's just about to drop into the bomb hole now, up at the top of the corkscrew. So he's the first of the cars that's just disappeared off down the main straight. Here we go, this is Romain Bourchel running in 3rd position currently. Drops down into the bomb hole nicely, up the hill to the top of the corkscrew. Quite an elevation change there that you may not immediately notice. 2 metre elevation change. So quite a lot of steering lock going on there with Roman. Gergo Valent now leading with the 7 car, who is 1 car back. So let's see if we can run with Gergo. We're on him. In fact, super close at the top of this between Gergo and Roman. There is 2 100ths of a second between them. See an awful lot of curb there. Romain Bourchel still leading this one. Now by 0.2 of a second he's got that one. So we've got a little over 30 seconds remaining. We're running with Gergo Valent in 2nd position. The lead car is the yellow car that you just see disappear out of the front of shot occasionally. There is a 1/4 of a second between them as we come into the last few seconds. It's the 4 car of Romain Bourchel. He has finished and taken that one from Gergo Valent by 4 100ths of a second in the end. So Romain Bourchel takes that round, and a 14 in 5:12.323. Let's see, is that a new fastest time? 5:12.323. Stefan had a 5:12.174. So quicker time yesterday, still from Stefan Schultz. So just missing out by a couple of tenths. Kenzo Hirth going to lead away the first heat of the four-wheel drive spec class. Then we've got Anthony Beve, Max O'Donnell, Peter Knudsen, Philip Hoody, Patrick Kulika, Yanis Narancis, Victor Duram, and Nicolas Duponchel. Track is open for an installation lap. Just everybody finding their position out there. Kenzo Hirth leads this one away. Already looking like he's trying to pull a fairly sizable gap. So a couple of laps in. We've got Philip Hoody leading this one. He is, I think, 2 cars back from car we were following. There we go, that is Philip's car. Drops down nicely through the corkscrew. A little bit of over-rotation on exit there, but manages to gather it up, keep the car moving forward. Nice straight line through the chicane. Got a pretty decent lead at the moment of, what's he got, like 1.2 seconds? Over Kenzo Hirth, who we were watching at the start. Just seeing who that is that he is closing in on. That is the 9 car of Anthony Beve, who started in 3rd position, or is currently running in 3rd position, sorry. So Philip Hoody just trying to close in on current 3rd place man. So in front of him on the split, not on the track yet. Still leading out in front of this one, predicting a time around a second quicker than Kenzo Hirth. 15 lap run, so already these guys are going quicker than the fastest front wheel drive cars. Powered by 13.5 turn spec motors. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday morning here in Luxembourg. We're RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Quick shout out to event sponsors Hobbywing. I'd also like to say thank you to Elsram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XCESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Kenzo Hirth has managed to pick up the pace and get away into the lead of this one. Let's see if we can find Kenzo with the number 6 car. So number 6 car is the white, orange and red car. He's just coming down the corkscrew. He's just hit the corkscrew. So that is going to cost him. It won't show up on this lap because he'd already crossed the loop. So it will be the next lap where it costs him. So Kenzo Hirth showing his lead in this one by 1.4 seconds from Philip Hoody. But I would imagine that's going to come down significantly, if not disappear completely. There we go. Philip does take the lead. So that was pretty costly. That was like 0.7 of a second. So he'd lost nearly 2 seconds in that accident. JX SE car SP saying beautiful corkscrew. Yes, absolutely. A little bit of a sideways moment again there from Kenzo Hirth. Philip Hoody's made a mistake out there somewhere as well, though, and was 0.2 of a second back. Again, this is their last lap now that they're on. So Kenzo Hirth crosses the line, just waiting to see what Philip Hoody does. And Philip takes that one in the end actually quite comfortably by nearly 0.8 of a second. So, well, just over 3/4 of a second. So Philip Hoody taking that one. All cars being finished, or told they're finished, and instructed to return to the pit lane. There we go, Philip Hoody taking that from Kenzo Hirth, Anthony Beve, Patrick Kolliker, Petter Knudsen, Yanis Narantzis, Max O'Donnell, Nicholas Duponchel and Victor Duram. Coming up next then, heat number 5, Edmund Peyton Marchi. Got Niels Meurs, Ralph Winkler, Lucas Witt, Tim Espen, Fabian Bacchetti, Filipos Georgantis, Kent Bertilsson, and Nikos Nikolakopoulos. Car 1. We'll call him Car 1. Drivers just receiving refresher instructions from the referee about one warm-up lap. Need to be on the line stationary with 10 seconds to go. So you see cars heading around on an installation lap. So last of the cars just forming up on the line. Edmund Peyton Marchi leading off. Flicks the car down the corkscrew for the first time down the back straight. Slightly high line into that bank sweeper, but takes a faster exit off of it as a result. Just want to settle into a run at this stage. Of course, all of these drivers will have had a practice run on offer to them this morning. It's just a 3-minute run, just to wake themselves up a little bit. Already seeing the shade disappearing off the top of the corkscrew as the sun moves around behind the circuit. So this is the 9 car of Ralph Winkler, who has caught and is about to pass Edmund. He's already taken the lead on the clock. Looks like it's just a matter of time before he takes the lead on the track. Two of them need to work together. So going to see a bit of a dive, bit of an open up. Not yet. Looks like the best place to do it. He's not quite there yet. So Edmund on a good run himself. So here we go. This is the best place to open, and he doesn't. We expect here. There we go. Opens up. Okay, so they've sorted themselves out relatively cleanly. Ralph Winkler taking the lead on the track as well as on the clock. So he is over a second in front. In fact, he is... he's 3 seconds to the good now. So it started out a couple of seconds behind Edmund. Heading for a time, it's currently predicting some 7 seconds faster than anybody else in the heat. .86 best lap for Ralph Winkler, 20.08 best lap for Edmund, so just over a couple of tenths quicker on a hot lap. And starting to stretch away now. Down the corkscrew one more time. And safe line through the middle of that sweeper. See some of the quick guys later on taking quite a low, tight line into there. Just hugging the bottom of the banking. Coming up to just over 1 minute remaining for these guys. It's a really good run come together so far for Ralph Winkler. Even the traffic falling out of his way quite nicely. Exactly where he wants it as he rolls his way around the circuit. Down the back straight one more time. What's he got? 40 seconds left. Again, let's see how this traffic falls for him as he closes in on them. Heads up to the top of the corkscrew. So is he going to get them down at the end of the main straight through the banking, or have to sit there a little bit longer? It's going to be a little bit longer. And in fact, he's lost a bit of time. Looks like he was a bit optimistic with entry speed into the chicane in the middle of the circuit. A little bit of push. And small mistake there, or small incident getting caught up in other people's traffic. That's Didn't cost him massively. It affected his finishing time a little bit, would have been a second or so. But he'd already done the hard work. He wasn't going to make a 16-lap run anyway. But quick 15-lap run there comes together for Ralph Winkler. Just to give you some idea, Ollie Bultink's TQ yesterday was a 16 in 5:01, so just over a lap quicker than Ralph Winkler managed there. Ralph Winkler taking that one then from Edmund Peyton Marchi, Tim Espen, and one of only a couple of drivers to go sub 20 on a lap. Come out next, we have got heat number 6, Nico Egolseer, Jonathan Klo, Eric Hubie, Jaroslav Kritz, Nico Winkler, Sinan Kaptan, Adam Wolinski, Marlon Rathajski, and Simeon Seiss. Cars being released for an installation lap. So cars starting to form up on the line. Nico Egolseer, the Austrian driver, going to lead this one away. And Nico away to a good start on this one. Opening lap already a 19.5, so half a second quicker than anybody else so far. In fact, 7/10 quicker than anybody else so far. So really hot opening lap there from Nico. Also 3/10 faster than the previous heat as well. So streaking away at the front of this one. He has put best part of a second over 3 laps, although he's just lost most of that. Hopping over the grass as he dropped down into the bomb hole. So gap now down to around 3/10 of a second. Eric Hubie in second position with the 6 car, so that's the white, blue and black car. He's just come down the corkscrew now, just made a mistake coming down the corkscrew as we tried to pick him up. So he'll be the first of the cars through the banking, just in front of the minty green coloured car. And actually gets out the way of the 1 car. That is Jonathan Klo. Oh, in fact, the 2 of them kind of tripping over one another. This is Eric Hubie running in 3rd position currently. Again, really struggling coming down the corkscrew, and Himself and Jonathan Clough kind of tripping over one another. They're doing very similar lap times out there, but they're generating it in different parts of the track. Nico Winkler's got himself up into second position with the 8 car, which is, I think, 1 car back. Yeah, there we go. That is the 8 car. So Nico Winkler now joins in this battle. He's caught it and got in the middle of it, so expecting him to go through it. And there we go. Gets out of the way. So Hubel and Winkler managing to keep separate from one another. Slightly sideways drift there from Winkler. Closing in on a gaggle of traffic. In fact, they're not going to get there with 1.5 minutes left. So these three running second, third and fourth. We're running with second place man at the moment, Nico Winkler. A little bit of a course correction there in the middle of the chicane. I think stepped out in front of him and surprised him. And had a bit of a confidence wobble in the middle of it. Nico Egglesea leading this one then by 1.7 seconds from this car of Nico Winkler that we're running with. Winkler actually having a slightly faster lap. He's done a 19.505. Egglesea did a 19.570 right from the start. What have we got? We've got about 20 seconds left to go. So we'll stick with this second place car of Nico Winkler, see if he can try and close in at all. Egglesea going to miss out on a 16-lap run by about 0.4 of a second, I think. There we go, half a second he missed it by. Winkler about 1.5 seconds back. There we go. 1.516 seconds, the gap between them. And Eric Huby manages to come out on top in that battle for third position that he was having with Jonathan Clough. So cars just heading down the pit lane. And as they come down the pit lane, they're just going past our ambient mic, so you're just hearing a little flick of throttle as they're passing closer, with that microphone being placed just at the entry to the pit lane. Coming up next, what do we got? Heat number 7, Cedric Gridelet, Theodore Parasarakis, Christos Vasilopoulos, Stefan Romans, Darko Meister, Frederick Hovgaard, Jelle Kleursen, Julian Jost and Corentin de Cray. Waiting for drivers to be released for a warm-up lap. Again, good morning to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday morning here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage this weekend of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships for 2026 from this fantastic circuit here in Luxembourg. And shout out to our event sponsors, Hobbywing. And also thank you to Elsram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XE, ESE and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Cedric Gridelet sets off. This the second round of qualifying. First round of qualifying taking place yesterday. We had Ollie Bultink taking the round of qualifying in spec yesterday. And we had Bruno Coelho taking the round just from Mikhail Orlowski in modified. So 2 from 5 to count. So we're not going to have anything sealed till at least round number 4. The only thing we may guarantee is that either Ollie Bultink or Bruno Coelho guarantee themselves first or second on the grid. They do that by virtue of having 2 round wins. So of course no one could beat that. The only thing they can do is match it and potentially set a faster time. And if they set a faster time, it comes down to tie breaks. So we'll be keeping an eye on overall times. We saw in front-wheel drive the fastest time from yesterday didn't quite fall. Roman Borchel taking that one, not quite matching the time that Stefan Schultz did yesterday afternoon. But Stefan choosing to sit that run out, so we don't really have an idea of sort of relative pace. We know Roman went quicker than he managed yesterday. We're going to find out. Tracks looks like it's in similar condition. Christos Vasilopoulos taking the lead of this one with the 8 car. See if we can pick him up. He is the white, blue and yellow car. There we go. He's up at the top of the corkscrew, just dropping down onto the main straight. We're running with him at the moment. He's around 3/10 off the lead of Julian Jost. In fact, he's just taken the lead on that lap. 3/100ths between Christos Vasilopoulos and Julian Jost. So this is the lead car we're running with at the moment. Taking some liberties there coming down the corkscrew. It's small mistake in the middle of the circuit as well. Just a little bit of over rotation as he braked. Felt like he needed to grab the car back. Let's see if he's any cleaner down the corkscrew this time. A little bit. See how he is out in the middle of the circuit. Much better that time. Got a minute and a half left. Leading this one by around 1.5 tenths from Julian Yost. And in fact, he's extended that now to just under 1/4 of a second. So going to be starting probably his penultimate lap. Christos just looking to make a 16-lap run. So this is going to be super tight at the end of this one. In fact, he's made that one fairly comfortably. Made the extra lap, so he's got that from Julian Yost. So he's the only driver to make it onto lap number 16. Christos Vasilopoulos taking that one then from Julian Yost. And Darko Meister in 3rd position. Julian Yost there with a 19.25 fastest lap, so super fast, but a few too many mistakes. Frederick Hovgaard looking like he sat that one out. Heat number 8. Building up towards heat number 11. That will be the top heat of spec. Got a little bit of an oddity in that the defending champion, Adam Isay, didn't manage to seed into the top heat yesterday, so he's in the penultimate heat. He was quickest in that heat yesterday and did a time that was, where was he? He was 4th overall with his time that he did in that heat. So he's got pace in the car. He just didn't manage to hang together a 3-lap run during seeding yesterday. Adrian Antomarchi going to lead this one away from Loic Yasmin, Bert Ayrton, Dirk Richard, Dempsey Jacob, Flavio Paladin, Neo Labuscond, Emily Ratajski, Billy Fletcher and Alexander Johansson. See Billy weaving on his way up to the line, making sure that his wheel nuts are tight today. Adrian Antomarchi leads away then. This yellow coloured car drops down the bomb hole up to the top of the corkscrew. Remember, 2 metre elevation change through that corkscrew. Camera sort of flattens it a bit and doesn't really do the change of height justice. Loic Jasmine, early leader, the pink and white coloured car, number 3 car, which we have on stream now. So he's already caught and passed Adrian Antomarchi. Loic going nicely out in the front of this one. Got a lead of around half a second over Dirk Richard. Dirk is the 8 car, which is the white car, 2 cars back from the car that we're running. So that is the second place car. And just seen a mistake there as well from Antomerci, putting it on the grass, coming through the sweeper. So this is the second place car of Dirk Richard we are running with, as he tries to hunt down Loic Yasmin. He is around 0.7 of a second behind at the minute, predicting a time like 1.2 seconds behind come the end of the run. They're 2 minutes into it, 3 minutes remaining at the moment. Last lap round was a 19.3 for Loic Yasmin. It was a 19.6 for Dirk Richard. So Loic being fairly relentless in his pace. We've got Billy Fletcher closing in on Dirk as well. And he's pumping in some fast laps, some 19.3s. He's done a 19.2 now, 19.205. He's the, looks like the fastest car out there. He is the white, blue and pink coloured car. So he's just coming down into the bomb hole now and up at the top of the corkscrew. So Billy's going to be up there. He's in 3rd place at the moment, but at this pace, I would imagine he's going to nick 2nd off of Dirk Richard in the next lap or two. So Billy now within 0.2 of a second of Dirk Richard. Let's just see as we cross the line this time. And he's now within 0.5, so imagining it's going to be this lap where he pops up in 2nd position overall, currently showing 3rd. Starting down towards the back of the field. There we go. So as we predicted, he's popped up in 2nd place. What is he? 1.2 seconds off the lead. So let's run with him for the last minute and see what inroads he can take into that 1.2 seconds that Loic Yasmin has. It's 1.5 seconds now. Last lap was a 19.9 compared to a 19.6 for Loic. So I think Billy's going to have to give up the chase at this point. But still, 2nd in the heat would be a good recovery for him after yesterday. And a bit of a disaster in round number 1. Gap fairly constant now, 1.5 seconds. It's just gone up to 1.8 seconds. Pair of them on the last lap. They've both made 16 lap runs. In fact, a bunch of drivers in this making 16 lap runs. Top 7 have all made it. So it was an oddity, but there we go. Loic Yasmin taking that one by just around 2 seconds in the end from Billy Fletcher. Then Dempsey Jacob popping up in 3rd position. Heat number 9 about to start. So getting some more recognisable names out there. Phil Langner, Matus Benettin, Daniel Heisch, Bart Vubben, Jacques Liebar, Mike Martinez, Christian Jensen, Arno Solniak, Martin Hoody, and Nathan Atlani. So again, good morning to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. This is the live coverage of the EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships from Luxembourg. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing. We'd also like to shout out ELSRAM, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XC, ESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Waiting for drivers to be released onto the circuit for warm-up laps. We're getting towards the sharp end of the spec class for round number 2 of qualifying. It's 5 in total, so we had 1 yesterday evening. Going to run all the way through to heat 15, with the last 4 heats being the modified class. So heat 11 is the top heat of spec. Going to run through then to heat number 15, which is the top heat of modified. A little bit of a break then. Then we go into an afternoon of all-out qualifying. Phil Langner leading away. So it's a 19.0 opening lap from Phil. We've got an 18.7 opening lap from Jacques Lieber. So some super fast laps already coming in. First time we've dipped down into the 18s. I think we were down in the sort of 18.2s, 18.3s yesterday. With the top heat, we had Ollie Bultink's best lap. His best lap, sorry, was an 18.4 dead that he managed yesterday. Just to give you some idea. And Jacques Lieber with an 18.785, so 18.7s, 18.8s. Looks like the track's got some good pace in it this morning. May well see the mistake there as well, coming out onto the straight from Phil Langner. So Nathan Atlani is the leader at the moment with the 3 car. So the 3 car is the all pink coloured car. He is just up at the top of the corkscrew now. And coming off the end of the main straight. So there we go. That's 1 car back. That is the car of Nathan Atlani, he's currently running in 2nd position. Now from Arnaud Solniak. Let's run with him for a little bit. That's top 3 covered by around 0.6 of a second. Bart Vubbens also got himself somewhere up there with the number 4 car. So if we can pick up the 4 car, that is the car, he's just behind Phil Langner coming down the corkscrew now, so the 2nd of the 2 cars on the main straight. Bart Vubben, then the second of these two cars here in shot. So he's caught Phil Langner. And just motors up towards the back of Phil, towards the end of the main straight. So Bart Vubben trying to close in on Phil. Phil's car looking super good through the low speed stuff, but losing out a little bit on power towards the end of the main straight. By the looks of it, that's where Bart seems to close in on him. Bart right with him now, and Phil opens up, lets him go. So we're with lead car Bart Vubben, leading this one by a couple of tenths from Nathan Atlani. In fact, Arno Solniak got himself somewhere in the mix there as well. So Arno getting that one. Oh, in fact, Nathan Atlani getting that one right at the end. So top three covered by just over 0.3 of a second. Super close at the front of that one, as you can see. Nathan Atlani getting that one from Arno Solniak, Bart Vubben. Here we go then, penultimate heat of spec. So we've got defending champion Adam Issei. Adam Issei set to lead away from Enzo Ruslan, Gergo Valent, Niels de Greiser, Benjamin Elbisser, Sam Nichols, Matthias Nedrebo, Jan Rathajski, Manuel Wagner and Stefan Schultz.
Et il a préféré en 23-0. Merci de l'info. Je vais essayer moi au prochain pack. Pareil. Surtout en pneu neuf. Ah bah là, ouais.
So only one driver choosing to do a warm-up lap in this one. It kind of mirrors what we saw yesterday. Adam Issei yesterday then did a 16:503.378. That's the magic time we're looking for on the prediction. Obviously we'll be well ahead of that, and then coming into the last 30 seconds or so, it'll be somewhere in the mix. Adam Issei leads away. So Adam's first job trying to lock himself into the A final. Sounds a bit of a weird thing to say, given that he's defending champion. But seeding not working out particularly well for him yesterday. Seems to have better pace over 5 minutes than he does over a single lap, though. Adam Issei leading this one from Benjamin Elbisser. He's got about a second lead already. Matthias Nedrebo also somewhere in the mix there. So Issei already pulling out a big gap. Let's see if we can find Elbisser. He's the one car, that's the orange coloured car, just out on the main straight at the back now through the banking. There we go, that is the second position car of Benjamin Elbisser. So about 1 second back off of Adam Issei's lead. Adam at the moment predicting a 16 in 5 minutes dead. Like we said, we're expecting that to drop off slightly. It'll be a good indication of where the track pace is, though, relative to qualifying yesterday. Remember, Adam did a 5:03.378 yesterday. Benjamin Elbisser taking quite a lot of curb. We've got Sam Nichols up in third place. Let's see if we can find him. He is white and pink coloured 10 car. He's just down the bomb hole and up at the top of the corkscrew now. The second of the two cars on the main straight. There we go. That is Sam Nichols running in third position currently. So just over half distance into the run. A couple of minutes to go. So Sam has the 7 car of Gergo Valent open up for him. In fact, Gergo running in, what's he running in? 6th place himself. So Jan Rathajski making a bit of progress as well. He is in 4th place currently. Just over a minute left, so let's pick up the leader, Adam Issei again. He's just coming down the corkscrew and down the back straight now, second of the 2 cars through the banking, and in fact he's now the first of the 2 cars. So 5:02.5 at the moment, 5:03. So he's going to be pretty much in the same ballpark as he was yesterday, I think. Best lap of an 18.1 for Adam Issei. That is quite a lot quicker. It was 18.4 dead for Ollie Baltink. So back quarter of a second quicker than he managed yesterday on a hot lap. So the track looks like it may well be very slightly faster. Heading for, what do we got? A 16:5:02.977. So 5:02.977. And it was a 5:01.247 yesterday for Ollie Bultink. So he hasn't managed to match the overall run time of Ollie Bultink. But he's done a quicker time than he managed yesterday, and a lot faster on a hot lap. 18.162. I mean, if you look at that best lap, 18.162, that's like 9/10 of a second quicker than Sam Nichols, the third place car in that heat. So huge pace over a single lap there from Adam Issei. Top heat of spec just coming up. So remember, if Ollie Bultink takes this round, he guarantees himself a place on the front row of the grid for the final. He won't definitely be TQ because someone may be able to match his score of 2-round wins and do a faster time. But if he can get this done, it will be a big step towards what he wants to do. So drivers just getting set for second round of qualifying. This getting a second good run in. Going to be a few guys looking to lock themselves into the A final. Ollie Bultink and Max Mackler, both former champions. So Ollie Bultink's led away at the front of this one. Also expecting some quick cars from further down the field to join in as well. But let's have a look. An 18.086 from Ollie Bultink. So immediately on it, a little bit much curb going into the infield there, but like 4/10 quicker than anybody else on the opening lap. So Ollie Bultink wants this one. So Ollie Bultink already pulling out 1 second over Max Mackler. Just expecting who Max is in third position. So Nico Catalani is somewhere up there with the 2 car. He started further down the field. Let's see if we can locate the 2 car. In fact, Nico appears to have... No, he's still running out there. It's the 4 car of Nico. There we go, the white-coloured car. Nico Catalani, he has just made a bit of a mistake coming down. So, scruffy lap for Nico Catalani. think Lewis Kretschmer has popped up into second place with the 6 car. See if we can find Lewis. He is the white, purple and pink coloured car. He's just gone through the bomb hole, coming down the corkscrew now. Down the back straight. Ollie Baltink still predicting a 17-lap run. So superb run coming together for Baltink. Kretschmer with a 16 in basically 5.1 as a forecast. 2 minutes to go. Just keeping an eye on Baltink, whether he can make it across for the 17-lap run. We're running with Lewis Kretschmer at the moment. Running in second place. He started further down the field, but should pop up into second place. There we go, and he does. He is currently like 2 seconds off the back of Ollie Baltink. Ollie still showing on for a 17-lap run. So Lewis Kretschmer we're running with at the moment, 2.2 seconds off of the lead of Ollie Baltink. So Ollie just dropping off onto a quick 16. Lewis Kretschmer we're running with at the moment 16.501, so he's looking like he's going to beat Adam Isay's time. Adam Isay though looking like he's heading for third in round. Ollie Baltink has taken this one, 16.500, 162 dead. Just waiting for the time. Lewis Kretschmer does take the second place, and second place in the heat and second in round. So Ollie Baltink has taken the first 2 rounds of qualifying. That's guaranteed him first or second on the grid for finals tomorrow. So he's a bit of a lock in. So let's get an update on the overall results. So yeah, Ollie Baltink from Lewis Kretschmer. Max Mack was in there as well with a, what did he have? He had a 4th in round. Adam Isay's had a 3rd in round, so we haven't started getting drop scores in yet, but yeah, Ollie Baltink taking that one from Lewis Kretschmer. Adam Isay 3rd in round, Max Mackler 4th in round. Mark Valent also up there with a 3rd in round as well, tied with Adam Isay. And just missing out, Ollie Baltink by like 1.5 tenths. On the additional lap and making the 17-lap run, so he's going to be looking to do that later on. Coming up next, we have got the first heat of modified. So we've got Peter Ender, JQ, Razvan Stroh, Frank Dambreen, Ole Thomas Bryn, Maurice Indovino, Simone D'Ottavio and Daniele Piccini. Peter Ender leading away from JQ. Frank Dambreen, the early leader in this one then, with car number 5. Frank was the early leader with car number 5. That's the white and pink coloured car. It's just recovering from an accident. So I think JQ has now hit the front. Frank still running second despite that scruffy lap. Let's see if we can spot JQ. He is the orange and black coloured car, number 2 car. So we've got JQ on stream now. JQ obviously doing some research for the Invisible Speed on-road program. Trying to get himself fully up to speed with as much information as possible. JQ leading this one by about 0.4 of a second from Daniele Piccini. Daniele Piccini running the number, the number 3 car. The number 3 car is the second of the 2 minty green coloured cars. He's just coming down the corkscrew now, out onto the main straight. There we go. That is Daniele Piccini, our second position car. In fact, may well take the lead from JQ. Yep, he has taken the lead from JQ. So leading this one by around 0.4 of a second, 3.5. So we had a small bobble from Daniele Piccini on this lap. Let's let JQ back to the front. But let's see if he's got that one back. Not quite. He's about 0.8 off of JQ's lead at the moment. But we'll stick with him. We've got like 1.5 minutes left. Gap come down quite considerably. It's back 1/4 of a second now. So Daniele Piccini keeps it up this lap pace. He's likely to take the lead again before the end of the run. And there we go. He manages it, so he's now 0.7 up. You see JQ flicks to the top because he started out earlier on. Piccini back to the top now. Again, it's still that 2/3 of a second advantage that he has. Traffic gets out of his way very nicely. Daniele Piccini then just coming in for finishing time. And in fact, he's made the extra lap. So Daniele Piccini making the 17-lap run. First 17-lap run we've seen today. Of course, it's what you'd expect a little bit in the modified class, but that's quicker than any of the spec guys managed. We had a 500 dead for Ollie Boltink. Daniele Piccini then making that onto the extra lap. Coming up next then, we've got Matthias Knopp, Tim Kerman, Jose Pereira, Benjamin Jabira, Liam Tyrrell, Andreas Brin, Dai Sakaguchi, Thomas Sova, and Martin Wouters. We build towards the end of qualifying round number 2. Then we have a small lunch break in the time schedule. And then we're going to move on to 3 rounds of qualifying back to back to back. Track being opened for an install lap. Matthias Knopp getting ready to lead away at heat number 13. Remember, this is 13 out of 15. So Matthias Knopp's car looking fairly loose. Quite positive around the nose and wanting to disappear back from whence it came. Very over-rotatey there. Might settle down later on in the run. So already seeing lap times now down in the 17s. So I think if we move one car back, that will be Jose Pereira with the number 1 car. It's the sort of lilac-y coloured car. He's the leader. Try to close in on Matthias Knopp. Still running with Jose Pereira, lead car at the moment. He's leading this one by, he's leading from Dai Sakaguchi. In fact, Dai's made a bit of a mistake, so it's actually Matthias Knopp he's leading from. Then Ben Jabira in third position currently. So Pereira leading from Knopp, leading from Ben Jabira. Let's see if we can find the 6 car of Ben Jabira out there. He is 2 cars back, so he's the all yellow coloured car. Just coming down the corkscrew now. This is Benjamin Jabira, running in third position in the heat at the moment. He's around 1.5 seconds off the lead. Lead still held by Jose Pereira. It's catching and passing traffic nicely. Dai Sakaguchi's got himself up into third position now. He's running the number 7 car. So he is the ready pink coloured car. He's just dropped down through the bomb hole and now down through the corkscrew. There we go, that is the 7 car of Dai Sakaguchi. We're running in third position. So time has expired for a bunch of these guys. So all cars finished, so they'll be returning to the pit lane. Jose Pereira getting that one from Matthias Knopp and Dai Sakaguchi, who were running with at the end there in third position. Benjamin Jabira in fourth position. Then Tim Kerman, Andreas Bryn. So coming up next, heat number 14 of 15. Very recognisable names. Led away by former world and European champion, Jules Groskamp. Jules taking the quickest time yesterday in this heat with an 18 in 5:13. That put him overall, let's just get an update on that. I put him in 6th in round yesterday. So we're going to have Gilles Groskamp, Antoine Brunet, Robin Eiserman, Remy Callens, Alessio Menacucci, Matthew Dambreen, Pekko Ivanen, Patrick Gollner, Harley Eldridge and Dominic Schmid will be our drivers taking part in this penultimate heat. And there we go, there's the lineup. And welcome to you if you are just joining our live coverage here on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 110 Electric Track European Championships from the Luxembourg circuit. We're building towards the top of qualifying round number 2. Jules Groskamp going to lead away this heat number 14 of 15. Groskamp leads away then, 17.5 opening lap. That's a strong lap. So some really hot laps from the start. Menikucci's got a really quick opening lap. Menikucci's really motoring on this one. Let's see if we can spot him, the 6 car. He is the all-white coloured car. He's just dropped it into the bomb hole down the corkscrew now. So this Alessio Menikucci leading. And should pop back to the top of the timing screens, and does. So he's leading this one by around 0.4 of a second from Robin Eisenman. Still with Menikucci at the minute. Still leading this one. Heading for an 18 in 5.13. So kind of in the same area as Gilles' time yesterday. Antoine Brunet now hits the front with the 2 car. So he is the blue coloured car at the top of the corkscrew down onto the main straight. The second of the 2 cars on the main straight now. Antoine Brunet leading this one. Will be quite a lot of interested watchers. Antoine running the new RC Maker SP2. Choosing to run it in a Ronald Volker tribute scheme by the looks of things. Still Antoine Brunet with 1 minute 10 remaining. leading this one. Groskamp back up into second, or he's in third position, but super close. Top three covered by less than 1 second. We're with Antoine Brunet, the lead car at the moment. Just closing in on some traffic. In fact, it's not traffic, that is Gilles Groskamp. But Antoine is trying to catch and pass. Antoine Brunet taking that one then with a 18.5.15. So a little bit slower than Gilles' time yesterday. So expecting top heat to go faster. So remember, Bruno took the top heat yesterday, or took the round number 1 yesterday. If he takes this one, then he will be locked in on the front row of the grid. Could still be beaten for TQ, but that would require someone winning 2 rounds and doing a faster time than he has managed. So Bruno's time yesterday, 18 in 5:04.120. Top heat getting set then. Bruno Coelho, Michael Olowski, Lucas Aban, Mark Reinhard, Ronald Volker, Michele Manzo, Soren Sparbeer, Alex Hagberg, Victor Wilk and Simon Lauter will be our drivers taking part in this heat. Drivers been released out onto the circuit for installation laps, should they wish to do so. Remember, super close yesterday between really Bruno and Michael, so that will be what we'll be keeping an eye on. Lucas was also somewhere in the mix with them as well. Maybe not over a single individual lap, but over the course of a run he looked somewhere in the mix and up there. Bruno going to lead away, all white coloured body shell with orange decals on the side. So Bruno is off and running, as is Michael. Michael looks like he's had a better opening lap than Bruno. And indeed he has. Flicks to the top. Lucas has a quicker opening lap than Bruno as well. In fact, as does Alex Hagberg and Victor Wilk. So sure that will settle down. So Bruno just getting his eye in. No one's passed him on the track. He's not made any mistakes. It was just the opening lap. But top 3 running reverse order at the moment. So Orlowski leading this one from Lucas Aban. Bruno Coelho in 3rd position. Michael looking to get himself level pegging with... Oh, and a mistake there for Michael Olowski. So lands back on his wheels and recovers it, but that has given Bruno the lead, and Bruno now leading this one from Michael by, Bruno leading this one from Lucas by around 1/10. There is Lucas, our second place car. So Michael kind of getting away with that a little bit. He's still running in second place in the heat. But we're running now with Lucas, the lead car. Michele Manzo, a retirement from this one. So front three kind of equidistant from one another. Michael Olowski now leads despite that roofy moment earlier on from Lucas Urban. A 16.9 hot lap from Michael. A 17.0. 16.5 from Lucas to put himself back at the front. So front three are just stretching away from the rest of them. Lucas from Michael from Bruno. Gap between the three of them is 1/4 of a second. So 1/4 of a second between the top three. They've caught and passed some traffic. We're running with Lucas at the moment. He is in third position on the track, but he is leading on the clock with a little under 2 minutes remaining. And that was a mistake from Bruno up at the top of the corkscrew. So Lucas now only really got to worry about Michael. Bruno still running in third position despite that mistake. That was the level of advantage this top three. So really we are watching, this is an awkward one here because we've got a recovering Bruno behind Lucas who probably wants his way past, but that's going to slow Lucas down. Lucas won't want to open up because that is going to cost him time to Michael. Gap between Lucas and Michael at the moment is about 1/4 of a second. It's up to about 1/3 of a second at the moment. So Lucas still leading this one. Bruno is third, but he's 2.5 seconds back. So into the final minute now. There's well into the final minute. Lucas still leading this one from Michael Olowski. Michael desperately trying to get that gap up to 1 second. He is, It's 1.5 tenths the lap that time round. And Michael has done enough. So Michael back in the lead now. Michael leading this one despite that sort of roofy moment earlier on in the run, putting it back on its wheels. So leading by a little under 1/10 as they start what should be their final lap. So it is Olowski versus Lucas. Olowski versus Lucas as they come up for their finishing times. Olowski crosses the line, 5:03.282. He's got that by 1.5 tenths from Lucas. So Michael Olowski taking that one. Michael Olowski taking it from Bruno. Michael Olowski takes that from Lucas. Simon Lauter pops up in third position right at the end, actually. So Michael Olowski taking that run. That will put him in front overall currently because he has a 1 and a 2. We've got a 1 and a 4. So Michael taking that round. And we're now going into a bit of a break. So there we can see the mistake from Michael. So yeah, bit of a mistake from Michael that managed to recover from and get himself back out in front on that one. So we'll see if we can hear from him in a moment what happened there and what he's looking to do. Okay, so managing to catch up with Lucas. Lucas, second in round, you were leading that till about 30 seconds from the end. Did you see Michael's mistake in front of you?
Yeah, I did. I think like minute 1 or something, and then he probably like pushed like crazy. I mean, it's a repetition of many events him and I had in the past. He's always so strong in the last minutes. I know that it also plays a bit in my mind, but yeah, I gave everything I had, ran out of grip towards the end. He was still pushing and being able to increase the gap. I thought that perhaps I've done enough, especially since he had a mistake. Bruno as well had a crash. So yeah, I guess P2, that's all there is to it right now. I guess we were all 3 on new tires, so now it's going to be a bit about who gambles and who puts the new tires when and get your old TQ. I suspect, I haven't checked the time, I suspect this morning run was quicker than yesterday, but I haven't checked. And if it's quicker, I don't know by how much, so it means Mikael has the quickest run with the fastest TQ. So yeah, let's see, all to play 4, Q3, Q4, Q5, wide open.
Okay, and obviously when Bruno made his mistake, he joined, like came on back behind you again. Were you thinking about opening up, letting him go again and trying to follow him?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think Bruno at that time knew that the run was over and didn't want to try anything funny. We just kept on driving. So no, I just look in front of me and try to catch Mikael as best as I could. But props to him. He drove a really good recovery and managed to TQ. So congrats to him.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, well, TQ for the round and new fastest time as well, despite that little sort of mistake, little bobble early on.
Yeah, it was extremely lucky from my side and the chicane. I knew this will be the most important run of qualifying because I guess everyone checked the temperature of the track, the weather forecast, so that's why most of us were on new now. And I knew it's all or nothing. I need to beat Bruno and beat his time from yesterday, and started very strong. We made a change for that run and culture awesome, but I was taking a lot of risk out there in that chicane. Having the lap before I was on 2 wheels, and then yeah, flipped, somehow landed on the wheels facing the right direction, and then the last few minutes I pushed like never in my life and got it with 1/10 in front of Lucas. So extremely lucky, but also very proud of how I drove after, and I kept my cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, did you notice when Bruno had like made that mistake and he was out of it? Had you knew how close Lucas was to you?
Yeah, I know I was behind and I was pushing super hard, but because of that I would make a few small mistakes. But I knew it would be close because in the probably between the 3rd and 4th minute I pulled away a little bit from Lucas and matched him on the times. But then the last minute he actually put in a few good laps, So I knew it was all down to the last lap. I actually thought there would be one more lap. I didn't know it was the last lap, which maybe it was good because I wasn't as nervous as I would be if I knew it would be the last lap. But super happy, and now with the tire strategy like we have here at the Euros, it's a lot more difficult than, for example, ETS races or Worlds. So we'll decide when to run new tires and what to do. But I'm super happy that the setup change worked very well, and I was very confident from lap 1 to the last lap.
Okay, and looking good for you. You've got a 1 and a 2. Bruno's got a 1 and a 4th in round, I think, now. So that helps you out a little bit, knowing that you've got 2 good scores in your pocket.
Yeah, it's good. Simon has 2 new sets, and I think that will be the top 4 pace-wise for now. So need to keep an eye on what Bruno Lucas does, and Simon will have two sets more. So we'll see what he does as well.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Go to invisiblespeed.net right now to pre-order Invisible Speed TC, the definitive guide to on-road scale motorsport.
That's right, pre-order the Invisible Speed Touring Car book now and you could win one-on-one personal tuning therapy from JQ at a future major event like TITC, Euros, Worlds, ETS, you pick.
You could also win access to an amazing online tuning course through Invisible Speed.
To enter, you just need to pre-order the Touring Car book by the 10th of August.
Okay, with Ollie Bultink spec, you've taken the first 2 rounds of that, so you're guaranteed to start first or second on the grid. Happy with that?
Yeah, it's a perfect start of the weekend, to be honest. I feel confident, everything is running to plan, and I'm happy, yes.
Looks like a few others have got similar pace to you over 1 lap, but your pace, it just keeps on going and going and going. You just seem to get a gap and just edge away from them.
I think that's my driving for the long time like this, and mostly, to be honest, I'm not the quickest in the first laps normally, but I'm quickest the last 2 minutes normally always have been. I don't know why, but it's like this.
Well, I mean, your opening lap was like 6/10 faster than anybody else in that heat?
No, I don't think so. I think it's only 1/10 or 2/10, and that's it, I think.
No, you did pull a big gap like on the first lap. Second lap, it stabilised, but you really went for it from the start. Got a big gap on Max, certainly.
Yeah, but Max was also on a used tire, so it's a big difference used on new, and he was actually doing quite well on used, to be honest. So yeah, the car felt actually very good on the warm-up lap, so I went for it.
Okay, and well, obviously you know now you're locked into the final. You're locked into starting on the front row. You think the track's going to get any quicker later on today? Maybe the last round if it cools off.
I don't really know. I never from some testing we did here, we never went quicker in the end. So I don't know what the track is gonna do in this amount of drivers, because it's also new. We were here for warm-up. 60 drivers is different than 150, but then it was never faster in the evening, so it was just like equal. So we will see how it goes and test some things, try some things, try to find more pace for the team. We work together perfectly. So.
Okay, well, well done, and no doubt we'll speak to you later in the weekend.
Thank you very much. Hope to speak to you later again. Yes.
It's guaranteed front row starter in spec. At the Mini Circuit de Ville in Luxembourg for the EFRA 1/10 Touring Car European Championships for 2026. Got 3 classes to bring you this weekend. So we're going to have the front-wheel drive class out there. We've got the spec touring car and we've got modified touring car. Just seeing one of the heats of spec touring car out there at the moment on circuit. This is just practice that we're running at the moment. So we'll start heading through some of the facilities that we've got here at the track. Looking at round 1 of just open practice effectively. Bruno looked very quick. Just walking past the, walking through, this is the tyre tech area where you can see all of the tyres for all of the drivers lined up over there. Very tightly controlled. There's spec additive as well. Got refreshments available for all of the drivers for the weekend. So really nice facility here. Just a bit of a wander down now through the car park as we head towards the pits. So yeah, superb facility here that they've got. They're well used to holding large meetings. Again, we've got the technical inspection hut as well, just coming up here, that we'll be wandering past in a second. Here we go, this is the tech inspection area where all of the cars get passed through scrutineering. Just to have a little look, so you got the box there for the cars, body shells, scales, checking all of the weights of everything. Got calipers out on the desk, that's for cells. And got the milliometer, check the resistance of the motors. They're running out on the track. So everybody's been through tech yesterday. So now just heading down into the pit area itself. And quite a few people seem to have disappeared out on the track. Just looking, it's not quite the top heat yet. So here we've got the TI-22 pits with a bunch of the Brits out there. There's Heels. Catching up with a few people as champion from a couple of years ago in the front-wheel drive class, Frederick Hofgaard. So, looking to take back the title that he won a couple of years ago is Sultan from Hobbywing. Working hard. So nice and busy so far this weekend, Sultan?
Sorry?
Busy this weekend so far?
Yeah. Yesterday and today we are lots of working time.
And what are you finding? I mean, particularly, it's a big track, so particularly for the spec class, anything in particular that you've needed to do?
We already have the data from the warm-up race, but the difference is the temperature. Now is much lower. So we will do some fine-tuning according to the feedback of the team drivers. But the basic setup is already very good. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, we'll catch up with you over the rest of the weekend. Good luck. Just having a look, see who else is around the rest of the pits. Bit of a Mark Reinhardt in the X-ray pits. Obviously, there's a new one. So let's have a quick chat with Mark. Sorry, Mark. How's sort of early runs with the car? Obviously, still fairly new to it.
Yeah, I mean, the traction was not high this morning, so it's pretty cold here. So the first round doesn't mean anything. So just everything was fine. no problems at all. So we'll just see how the second one goes. The track may change a lot, so let's see.
Okay, well, good luck. Sure, we'll catch up with you over the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Seeing who else we can spot. There's quite a bunch of the X-ray guys. Let's see. Heading down.
1 minute to go.
Got Simon.
Hello, guys.
Hello. How was your first run in practice? Looked a little bit loose.
It was okay. Balance was okay. Just low grip in total, but everyone suffered from this. All the time, the pros, they arrive, they put the car down, first lap, they fly away, and everyone else is wondering how they do it, but that's why they are the pros. So, no, I'm happy. Car was good, did not crash, which is important with this body shell, tire, low grip, whatever combination. All good. Now I think the track is starting to get better, and you can compare the pace slightly better, and then we will see.
Okay, so good luck for seeding practice later.
Thank you very much.
Just seeing who else we can see. We've got Ronald over here. Let's see if we can have a chat with Ronald. If he'll speak to us. We've not forgotten about him.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm here. I'm participating.
You're practicing, so you're racing. How was practice?
Not too bad. I mean, I think like some others, I had a weird spin in the third lap, but conditions should be better soon. I think it was tricky because everybody is using already the Avalon, which makes it a bit more tricky when the grip is low, but so far so good.
Okay, and yeah, happy with the pace of the car?
Yeah, the basic car is good, but I think I need to find a bit more, so I will run a different car now with a different setup. But I will find out soon.
Any new bits on the car for this weekend?
Nah, like the newly released springs I'm using, but otherwise it's also a kit chassis, like an aluminum chassis, because most people use the steel. But I'm pretty confident with the setup as our package in general as a very good basic.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
So see if... Anybody else familiar? Just looks down. The Schumacher pits. Let's see if we can find is Michał, who's defending champion from last year. So let's see if we can grab a quick chat with him. Just find our way through. Michał. Hello. Obviously, trying to defend your title then that you won last year.
Did I? I already forgot about last year, but yeah, it's another Euros. I've attended many in the last few weeks, so just another race.
How was the car in practice one? Looked pretty decent.
Yeah, it was very good. I think the problem here will be was the sweeper at the warm-up, and we've been working quite hard to get the car stable in that corner over the last few weeks, and it was very good in that run. Usually I'm quite slow to get in the groove with the track in the first few laps, so it was a very decent FP1. And we'll see what the track does, because the track was quite far off pace compared to what we are used to from here. So the track will develop, I'm sure, and we just need to stay on top of things.
Looked like everybody was using the Avalon body, so not the greatest for low traction. Should get better as the weekend goes on.
I don't know. I think the body is for sure more difficult, but it should work in every condition. So maybe it was a bit more difficult now in the low grip, but as the grip goes up, we'll be going quicker, so it will be equally difficult.
Okay, well, good luck, and I'm sure we'll speak to you over the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
So there we go, chat there with Michal. So see if we can have a quick chat with JQ. No way? So, oh, okay. Okay. No time. Okay. You have a minute. Okay. Okay. So, Pecco then, how's it gone so far this weekend?
First time we're here. People said it's a hard track, but I found it not too bad actually. I felt quite comfortable already on the first practice, and times were not too bad for the first time, so I think it should be a good weekend for me.
Okay, and obviously sounds like you need to get on, so we'll let you go on. Just having a bit of a wander back through here. Let's see. Oh, here's Bruno. So Bruno, quickest in practice. So let's see if we can have a quick chat with him.
Not much space here, but you can...
Not much space. We'll find our way through. So absolutely. So Bruno, quickest in practice then. Car looked quite good.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start. The track, I think, is not ready yet. So everybody was like kind of sliding a little bit. But yeah, our car was working good, and I was able to make some solid laps.
Yeah, car looked a little bit loose, particularly in the middle of the track. Some of the sort of high-speed direction changes looked like it wanted to swap ends a little bit when you got on the throttle.
Yeah, especially when you go a little bit off the line, we could see that the car started to like slide a little bit. And when we were on the perfect line, the car felt very good. So I had some moments there where I had to understand that. And yeah, but then everything was fine.
Okay, so better at the moment over a single lap probably than over a 5-minute run. But that should, as the traction builds, that should come in later.
Yeah, I mean, the first run normally doesn't really count for nothing. We just go on the track, try to see if the car is working well or not. And yeah, I think from second run, everything starts to be more serious and counting much more. So we will see how the day goes.
Okay, well, good luck, and going to be trying to get that title back off of Michael.
Thank you.
So there we go. That is a quick wander through the pits. So let's just head out back towards the track area. Head down towards the driver's rostrum, which is where we're located. So you can see just going through the tech. So this is where voltage gets checked on the cars before they go out. We've got the tyre additive area here. So a control additive for these drivers for the weekend. You can see some of the bottles look considerably dirtier than others on the tips of them. And here we go, just back through tech. And we've got the driver's rostrum. Just drivers queuing up there, ready to go up on the driver's rostrum for their runs.
Τι έπαθες?
Έκανα traction στο πρώτο speed και του βαράει και το άφησα μου. Έκανα traction.
Okay, apologies for that. We are back. Just having a short break before we go into full qualifying for the afternoon. Just watching the top heat of Fronty running out there at the moment. Stefan Schultz leading the way. And Stefan was, let's just have a look, results after qualifying. Stefan with a round win, Romain Bourchel with a round win, Stefan having the fastest time so far. Stefan's time was a, what was it, 14 in 5:12. Currently heading for a 14 in 5:10. Looks like Roman Borchel is an early retirement. So Stefan Schultz is the number 1 car out there. We're following him on stream at the moment. So the sort of magenta coloured car drops down the corkscrew, out down the main straight one more time, and then sweeps through the banking. 1 minute to go. So just heading round towards the second half of the lap. He's about to drop down into the bomb hole and then up to the top of the corkscrew. Fires it nicely down the corkscrew. Again, Stefan leading this one from Cedric Gridelet. So 1 minute to go. Stefan Schultz still leading this one from Cedric Gridelet. Stefan now predicting a 14 in 5:12. So very slightly slower than his time yesterday. Stefan Schultz then taking that one very slightly slower than he was yesterday. Just trails down into the pit lane at the end of his run. There we go, Stefan Schultz taking that one. So he has 2 round wins. That's locked him in to the front row of the grid. Roman Borchel, the other round winner, not getting any further than a single lap at that time out. Stefan Schultz, we know, will be starting on the front row of the grid. First heat of the spec class coming up. So this is heat number 4. We'll go all the way through to heat number 11 in spec. Philip Hoody going to lead this one away then from Kenzo Hirth, Anthony Beve, Max O'Donnell, Peter Knudsen, Patrick Koika, Yanis Narantsis, Victor Duram and Nicolas Duponchel. Philip Hoody leading away. So it's a decent opening lap from Philip. He is some 0.6 quicker than Peter Knudsen on the opening lap. So massive gap already for Philip Hoody. He is leading by 1.4 seconds from Peter Knudsen. Peter running the number 3 car. Let's see if we can pick up the number 3 car. That is the white, pink and blue coloured car. He's just dropped into the bomb hole now, up at the top of the corkscrew. So he's just coming down the main straight now. Still with Philip Hoody at the moment. Let's see if we can find the 3 car of Peter Knudsen. He is the last of the cars on the main straight now. There we go, that is the 3 car. That's the one. He's just done a donut for the camera. Team X-Ray 1001 asking where's Robin Van Gogh. No, Robin didn't enter this year, so not sure why that is, but he's not here. So that spin for Peter Knudsen as we joined has dropped him down the field. Philip Hoody has dropped off of the lead. Kenzo Hirth now leading with the 6 car. He should be the white, orange and yellow coloured car. So this is now our leader, Kenzo Hirth. Got just under 2 minutes remaining of this heat number 4. So this is the first heat in the spec class. It's round number 3 of qualifying, 5 rounds in total. We've had a round win for Bruno Coelho in modified and a round win for Mikhail Orlowski. Despite a little bit of a roll for Michael. Kenzo Hirth still leading this one. Down the back straight. Leading by 3.3 seconds from Max O'Donnell. So, bit of curb down in the bomb hole. Car behind him, very generous actually, and realises he's made a bit of a mistake, bit of a mess out of it, and just backed off. Still Kenzo Hirth leading onto his final lap now. So top 6 all looking for 15 lap runs to come together. But just heading up for his finishing time. Kenzo Hirth taking that one quite comfortably. Max O'Donnell going to be a couple of seconds down. There we go, it's just over 3 seconds actually in the end. So win there for Kenzo Hirth in that heat. And we'll be heading back towards the pit lane so that cars can be recovered. So Kenzo Hirth taking that one from Max O'Donnell. Peter Knudsen, Philip Hoodie, early leader, dropping down into 4th position.
Hello, Heat 5. I hope you've all had a chance to reflect on the previous heat. I'm not going to say it all. You've had a chance to sort out this heat and make it clear. I hope you do. I will open the track shortly for your installation. Right, let's go into marking position.
Who have we got out next then? We have Ralph Winkler, going to lead this one away from Edmund Peyton Marchi, Niels Meurs, Lucas Witt, Tim Espen, Fabian Bacchetti, Philippos Georgantis, Kent Bertilsson, and Nikos Nikoklakopoulos. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday afternoon, qualifying afternoon here on RC Racing TV. Second off, Ralph Winkler leading away. So we're running with car number 4 at the moment, Lucas Witt. He is currently in 6th position in this race. Early leader looking like it is car number 5 out there. Let's see if we can spot the 5 car. That's Edmund Peyton Marchi. 5 is the white and pink coloured car. So taking quite a defensive line through the corkscrew. Down the end of the main straight, still leading this one, still by like 1.8 seconds in front. Niels Meurs up into 2nd. Slightly wider line up at the top of the hill. Ralph Winkler still running, or now running in second position. Ralph Winkler is the second of these two cars that we have on shot at the moment. So this the lead two. Edmund has caught and passed Ralph on track to lead him by around 1.8 seconds. In fact, exactly 1.8 seconds. Last time, small mistake there from Edmund. So he and Ralph working pretty well together. Still 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Still pretty close, this battle going out in front. Edmund managed to catch and pass Ralph Winkler, but now it looks like he is holding him up. So Ralph Winkler being pretty respectful, to be fair, of Edmund, and Edmund now starting just to edge away from Ralph. So 1 minute of this run remaining. Small mistake there again from Edmund. Let's Ralph close back in on him. Remember, Ralph started out a couple of seconds behind. Down through the corkscrews, they've come up for their finishing times. Edmund taking that one from Ralph Winkler and Lucas Witt. Cars heading into the pit lane. Kent Bertilsson just coming around at the end of that one.
Man, ein bisschen einbrochen. Nico, para todo Nico. Hoch, Lies. Nico, ist der ruhig stehen, gell? Jetzt tust du den Lenker zurück. Bisschen.
Starting 20 seconds. Starting 10 seconds. Starting all according to the scoreboard. Count on 3, 8, 1, 6, 2, 7, 4, 5, and 9.
Daar weer daarvoor. Dani, jetzt drückt er voll. Jetzt fährt der letzte Linie, mehr geht nicht. Jetzt fährt er voll. Minute. Die letzte Minute.
Okay, apologies for that. We are back now, so just missed that one heat off.
Ich habe das Jahr noch nie auf Waffen gekriegt haben. Ich glaube ja. Eben, das passt.
We have got heat number 7 getting set to go out on track. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday afternoon on RC Racing TV. We're going to be bringing you live coverage all afternoon of the tail end of qualifying. So we've had 2 rounds. We're midway through round number 3 at the moment. News so far, we have had Bruno Coelho taking round number 1 of modified, Michael Olowski taking round number 2. Lucas Urban looking like he is in the mix with them in 3rd position as well. So Lucas taking a second in round number 2 to Michael after Bruno made a mistake. Coming up next, we have got Cedric Gridolet, Christos Vasilopoulos, Theodore Parasarakis, Julian Yost, Stefan Romans, Darko Meister, Frederick Hovgaard, Corentin de Kret, and Jelle Klursen. Corentin de Kret being told he should start last because he was late to the line. Cedric Gridolet leads away the green coloured car down the long back straight. Not a huge amount of a penalty being called off last on such a long track. It's a fairly scruffy opening lap for, or opening couple of laps for Cedric Gridolet, who we have led off with. Let's see if we can pick up the car behind him. So the white, blue and yellow coloured car. That is car number 8 of Christos Vasilopoulos. Christos trying to catch and pass Cedric Gridolet. Not quite got there yet. And Gridolet getting right out of the way. Lead car's actually the car that was called to start off last, the purple coloured car of Corentin de Kret, the number 1 car. See if we can get him. So late to the line, called to start last by the ref. It's not too much of a problem. Doesn't really affect your time in the sense that your clock doesn't start till you cross the loop for the first time. It can drop you back in traffic, but with a sort of 20-odd second lap. What's his best lap? He's just crossed the line. What is it, a 19.2? So still leading this one, crosses the line and should filter back up to the top. He does. So leading this one by around 1.3 seconds is Corentin de Kret. Drops into the bomb hole, climbs up to the top of the corkscrew, flows nicely down there. Sets off down the long back straight, passes car pointing backwards at him. So coming in towards the midpoint of this round of qualifying. In fact, the midpoint of qualifying total, being halfway through round 3. So 2.5 rounds in, 2.5 rounds to go. Still Corentin de Kret leading this one. You see him occasionally dropping down the order. That was because he started last. As he crosses the loop each time, it filters back to the top of the field. Timing just taking a little while to update. See there it jumped by about 20 seconds, so it looks like timing is running a little bit slow. That's exactly the same for us as well. So I think timing on RCM and the live timing feed is running a little bit slower than we'd like. We'll try and keep an eye on what's going on as best we can, but apologies if the timing is not running at full speed. You see it hasn't updated yet for Corentin's latest lap. There we go, that's just jumped up. So it is working. Small over rotation there into the hairpin before the pit lane for Corentin de Kret. Still leading this one by just over 2 seconds. So they're coming up towards their finishing times now. Timing has got very, very jerky. You can see it keeps pausing and then starting again. So Corentin de Kret is on his final lap, so he's going to cross the loop and take that one. So all timing finished, expecting Corentin to jump back up to the top of the field, but there we go, it does jump up at the end, but yes, timing does seem to be running with a bit of a lag in terms of refreshing. Corentin de Kret taking that one by about 1.2 seconds from Theo Parasarekas.
You might say that. I have a witness who knows every heat.
So going to lead away Heat 8 then with Adrian Antamachi, Loic Yasmin, Bert Ayrton, Billy Fletcher, Dirk Richard, Dempsey Jacob, Flavio Paladin, Neo Lieberskond, Emily Rathajski and Alexander Johansson. Quick shout out to our event supporters, Hobbywing, also Elsram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XC, ESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this live coverage of the EFRA 110th Electric Track European Championships from Luxembourg.
Die staat op van 0,4 naar een minuut of wat net.
Adrian Antomerci leads off with the yellow-coloured car. Drops down the corkscrew and off down the back straight. So building towards the top end of qualifying. Heat number 11 will be the top heat of the spec class. So cars towards the tail of the field doing the quickest opening laps. We will stick with this car of Adrian Antomerci for a couple of laps, let it settle in, and then we'll start looking to see who is fast out there. So it looks like Alexander Johansson with the 2 car is quickest car out there at the moment. That is the white car right at the rear of the field. He's just gone through the bomb hole and dropping down through the corkscrew now. So Alexander Johansson from the tail end of the field, pumping in some quick laps. He's done an 18.7. You see him drop down the field. And Johansson flicks to the top. Just seen Billy Fletcher rolling into the pits to retire from this run. But we are running with the car of Alexander Johansson. The Swede leading this one. It's taking a while to change every lap. He's popping up, but he's starting to catch and pass traffic now. Carrying an awful lot of speed. Drops down into the bomb hole, up the top of the corkscrew. So started out last and now working to catch and pass traffic. Really nice through that chicane in the middle of the circuit. Car just gaining speed all the time. Passes the 1 car of Bert Aerden, who retires into pit. So a lot of cars dropping out of this one. Maybe starting to think about conserving tyres for later on. This is going to be the sort of hottest point of the of qualifying that we're reaching, either sort of Q3, Q4. We're going to be seeing the warmest track temperatures. So whilst the round score may be decent, you're not necessarily going to do a fast time overall for a tie break. So if you don't think you're on a great run, possibly best to pull into pits, conserve tyres. Alexander Johansson still leading this one, closing in on car 6 of, I think that's Dempsey Jacob. Gets out of his way just. It was actually car 7, sorry, which is Flavio Paladin. Gave him just about enough room. But charging through the field now, so really good run coming together. 3.2 second lead for Alexander Johansson, who we're running with, over Adrian Antomerci. And passes a car on the outside of the corkscrew. So one more piece of traffic to deal with for this car that we are running with of Alexander Johansson. And oh, that was unfortunate, made a bit of a dive for it. So I think the car 6 being given a stop go as a result of that contact for the leader. That car 6 pulled off the track into retirement. So still car 2 leading just as we come up towards finishing times. Alexander Johansson takes that by just over 4 seconds in the end. So really good run there for Alexander Johansson. And his best lap time, quarter of a second quicker than anybody else in that heat. Heat number 9 coming up next.
La troisième, ça va être fou.
Familiar names in this one. Martin Hoody's going to lead away from Nathan Atlani, Arno Solniak, Bart Vubben, Phil Langner, Mattis Benettin, Daniel Heisch, Jacques Liebar, Mike Martinez and Christian Jensen. So drivers out for an installation lap. Just doing their warm-up lap. Cars getting set then. Martin Hoody going to lead away. Just had the car of Bart Vubben traction roll by our ambient mic, so you would have heard that one as it bounced and landed by the trackside microphone. We are running with Martin Hoody. Started out as car number 1. He is running in 3rd place in the heat currently. I think lead car is wait after this next lap. And in fact, Martin is the lead car, leading by around 4/10 over Phil Langner. So let's see if we can spot Phil Langner. Should be 2 cars back. He is the orange front, blue centre, orange rear car. And nicely done down through the corkscrew. Phil's car looking good, looking clean, and the 5 car of Arno Solniak in front of him takes a little bit of a spin. Team X-Ray 1001 asking about additives. It's a spec additive, so it's the MR33 V3 that they're using. Not really any options to make any changes to their tyre prep. Phil Langner leading this one by around 7/10 now from Martin Hoody. See, Martin started out first, filters to the top, and then as Phil crosses the line, he pops back up in the lead, leading by around 3/4 of a second. Phil starting to look a little bit more comfortable out in the lead. He's got his lead gap up to just over 1 second now. With 1 minute 20 to go. About 1 minute 10 to go, sorry, for these guys. Gap up to best part of 1.5 seconds now for Phil Langner over Martin Hoody. As we come towards the end of the anti-penultimate heat. A little bit of a bobble. That's pretty much exactly what Michael Orlowski did in modified earlier, but small mistake there from Phil, gets away with it. When Michael did it, he was on new tyres, and as the car landed, the extra edge bite of the new tyre just flicked him over. He did say he was up on 2 wheels, or he felt he was up on 2 wheels the previous lap through there as well. Starting last lap then for Phil Langner. Looks like he is going to take this one from Martin Hoody. And Daniel Heisch should be in 3rd position. So Phil Langner has taken that one. Just waiting to see who pops up in 3rd. Daniel Heisch actually gets 2nd off of Martin Hoody right at the end by 1/1000th of a second that he managed to get that by. So really good final lap there from Daniel Heisch. Phil Langner then taking that from Daniel Heisch, Martin Hoody, Jacques Liebach, Mike Martinez, Arno Solniak, Christian Jensen, Mattis Benettin, Nathan Atlani and Bart Vubben. Group number 10, the penultimate heat. So we're going to see defending champion Adam Isay out in this one. Adam looking pretty decent over the course of a run, just not fantastic over a 3-lap run. So yeah, Adam with a 3rd in round and a 4th in round so far. So he'll be looking to get himself back up there. Ollie Bultink obviously with 2 round wins at the moment. And looking to take another round win and take another step towards TQ. He couldn't seal it until round number 4, which is coming up next. We have had scenarios before where people have won 3 rounds out of the 5 and still not taken pole position, but it would go a long way towards setting it. The current feeling is that the track was at its fastest this morning in terms of a tie break. Says teal green coloured number 2 car going to be setting off first. So a bit of a misstep there in order. Benjamin Elbisser a little bit eager to get away at the start. So, and in fact Benjamin Elbisser drops out of that one already and retires straight off. So let's give it a couple of laps to settle in. Matthias Nedrebo with the quick opening lap. But a little bit of a kerfuffle at the front with the start order. Went slightly wrong, so that's going to have slowed the first 2 up a little bit. Still running with Adam Issei leading this one. Oh, in fact, after 3 laps, it's Matthias Nedrebo. Let's see if we can find him. He is the 6 car, so he's one of the orange-coloured cars out there. It's the second of the 2 orange-coloured cars. So he's just dropping into the bomb hole now. And up the top of the corkscrew, that's Matthias Nedrebo, our lead car. Matthias, very accomplished racer, made several 12th scale Euro A finals, hasn't made any touring car ones yet to my knowledge. Stefan Schultz up into 2nd place as well. Matthias Nedrebo just trying to catch and close in on some traffic. And, oh, that was unfortunate for him. Just tagged him coming down the corkscrew. He backed out of it, tried to give him room. And that's going to cost him. So I think that's going to put Stefan Schultz to the front. Stefan Schultz is to the front. He's 2 cars back from this, the white and blue coloured car. He's 1 car back now. There we go. That's Stefan Schultz. Now the lead car from Matthias Nedrebo. So starting to see, think possibly some new tyres come into play here. Stefan Schultz from Matthias Nedrebo from Sam Nichols running in 3rd position. Stefan Schultz leading by 1.3 seconds from Nedrebo. You can see Nedrebo is the car on track just in front of him. So Stefan trying to just close that gap. Definitely looking like he's got a little bit more pace, certainly in the slower parts of the track. See, that's where he's gaining time over Nedrebo, just pitches the car in, Stefan Schultz. Flows down nicely through the corkscrew, gets on the gas nice and early, gets a good run all the way along that back straight. Nice change of direction through the middle of the track. Schultz still leading from Nedrebo. Ratajski up into third position now. And Nedrebo makes a small mistake, opens up and gets out of the way of Stefan Schultz. That's potentially going to drop Nedrebo down the order. Not quite, but it's allowed Sam Nichols to close right in. So Stefan Schultz looking pretty comfortable in this one. And there was around half a second. In fact, Nedrebo has dropped down to fourth position. So last lap round he was second. So super close between Ratajski, Nichols and Nedrebo. This is Stefan Schultz's last lap. He's heading for a 16 in 5:02. Let's have a look. 5:02.807. So that will give us something to work with. Remember, Ollie Boltink just missed out on an 18-lap run, a 17-lap run last time. So would be somewhere in the region of 2.5 seconds quicker, I think, than Stefan Schultz so far. But we'll keep an eye on where that's going to drop Stefan in. Might be a pretty handy run there. Got a little nugget as well from Ollie Boltink earlier on that Max Mackler was on old tyres in the first run this morning. So see if he chooses to go for a new tyre run in this one. Slightly slower track conditions, but obviously you have an advantage or an offset advantage if you're on fresh tyres. So we've got Ollie Boltink, Lewis Kretschmer, Max Mackler, Mark Valent, Jesper Rasmussen, Jaroslav Kritz, Tim Benson, Lucas Ellerbrock, David Reap and Nico Catalani. Going to be the order for this qualifying heat 11. So this is the top heat of spec, round number 3. Going to look and see if Ollie Boltink can continue his run of round wins. So Ollie's going to be starting off first. It will be a used tyre run. Stefan Schultz having just done a pretty quick time of a 16.502.807, given that we think that the track has probably slowed up as it's warmed up a little bit. So Ollie Boltink leading away. Let's see what his opening lap was. So opening lap for Ollie Boltink. It's an 18.7. Jaroslav Kritz with an 18.4 for an opening lap. Mark Valent, Max Mackler also with quick opening laps. So Ollie just looking for consistent pace in this one. So it looks like we've got Max Mackler hits the front of the timing, so he should be 2 cars back from this one. There we go, Max running race paint. So as we suspected, Max probably running new tyres in this run, giving himself a bit of an offset, obviously working closely with Ollie in the pits. And it's kind of pointless for them both to be on new tyres at the same time. So Max trying to close in on Lewis Kretschmer. Mark Valent also up there as well. Max's lead was around 0.3 of a second. Jaroslav Kritz running in second from Mark Valent, less than 0.3 of a second, covering the top 3. That Mark Valent dropping back slightly, but the top 5 covered by 0.6 of a second. So Max now from Ollie Boltink, from Lewis Kretschmer. Still predicting 17 lap runs from the top 3 at the moment. So they're going to drop down to quick 16s, I would have thought, by the end of that one. So we think the track is a little bit slower. We believe Max is on a new tyre run compared to used tyres for the other guys. So he's managed to give himself a little bit of an offset. So Max still trying to close in on Lewis Kretschmer, running in 3rd position. That's 1 car in front of him. Top 4 still covered by less than 0.6 of a second. That's Max Mackler, Ollie Boltink, Lewis Kretschmer and Jaroslav Kritz. Mackler leading Boltink by just over half a second. We've got a little over 1 minute left. So Max running the white, blue and orange coloured body shell. Just a little wobble there. Can't have too many of those because it will let Ollie Boltink get away. Ollie Boltink started out 2 seconds in front of him. Ollie Boltink was 0.4 down on the last lap. It's, what is he now, 0.6 down. So Max nearly with Lewis Kretschmer. It's not quite got there. What have they got? Less than 30 seconds to go. Onto the back straight again. It's these little changes of direction where what we believe to be those fresh tyres are just helping out. Kretschmer up into 2nd from Ollie Boltink. A little bobble there from Max as he exits the bomb hole. So that is a Max has finished. So Max has taken that from Lewis Kretschmer. Ollie Boltink in 3rd. And they have, all 3 of them have beaten Stefan Schultz's time. So Max Mackler taking that one from Lewis Kretschmer and Ollie Boltink. So round win for Max. So it's going into round number 5. Ollie Boltink cannot secure TQ now in round 4. Max's time there, though, was very slightly slower. I think, let me just get a refresh. So we have Ollie Bultink with a 0 and a 0. Max Mackler with a 0 and a 2. Lewis Kretschmer with a 2 and a 2. Adam Issei is currently 4th with a 3 and a 4. Mark Valent, Lucas Elbrock. We've got Stefan Schultz somewhere down the order, but he should have a 4th in round, I believe. Yes, Stefan Schultz has got a 4th in round number 3. He's just sat out the first 2 rounds. So maybe Stefan sitting on tyres. In terms of fastest times, we have a 16 in 5 minutes, .162 dead for Ollie Bultink. That was in round number 1 this morning. We've got Max Mackler, his fastest time, a 5:01.772. So he is around 1.5 seconds off. In terms of a fastest time, is Max over Ollie. Into modified now. So 4 heats of modified coming up. Welcome to you if you are joining us here on this Saturday afternoon, live from Luxembourg. We're RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 110 Electric Track European Championships. I'd like to say thank you to our event sponsors, Hobbywing, and also thank you to Elsram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XCESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this coverage. Peter Ender going to lead away then with the first of these modified cars. So Peter Ender looks like he's not made the start on this one. It's a valid thing, sitting out rounds to save tyres. And if you're going to do it, if you've already got 2 sort of bankers in your pocket, sitting out one of the runs where you think the track's going to be at its slowest does make some kind of sense. Running with the 3 car at the moment of Daniele Pacini. Looks like we've got JQ actually leading this one. JQ is the black and orange coloured car. He's just through the chicanes in the middle of the circuit. Got him live on stream now. Sounds like we've got Bjorn watching us as well. So, hi Bjorn, good to hear from you. JQ still leading this one. Down the main straight one more time. He's here on a information gathering mission for the Invisible Speed on-road program. And can see details of that on the RCTV news. JQ leading this one from Daniele Pacini. Peter Ender running in 3rd position. JQ trying to close in on the car of Daniele Piccini. Piccini is the minty green coloured car. Just sort of out of the front of shot that you'll see just vanishing through there. So we'll stick with JQ as he tries to close in on Daniele Piccini. Gap between them currently 9/10 of a second. So, small mistake there from JQ, and well done from, I think that was Frank Dambreen. Backing out of it behind him. So avoid collecting JQ's mistake. So Piccini now leading from JQ by less than a tenth. We'll see if that has changed. JQ back in front now. So Piccini now 3/10 up on JQ. So we're into the final sort of 40-odd seconds of the run. Crossing through, which is the front two. They should make the extra lap, should make the 17-lap runs. So all down to the final lap. The gap between them was 1.5 tenths. So final lap shootout between Daniele Piccini and JQ. Piccini's cross line. Oh, and JQ spins it into the bomb hole. So that one costs him. So Piccini taking that one from JQ. They were the only two drivers that made the extra lap. So not too costly for JQ in terms of position. Hopefully he'd already made it onto the split lap. 17.8 fastest lap for Piccini and an 18.1 hot lap from JQ. Where we got heat number 13 coming up next. Matches Knob is going to lead away from Tim Kerman, Jose Pereira, Benjamin Jabira, Liam Tyrrell, Dai Sakaguchi, Andreas Brin, Thomas Sova and Martin Wouters. Cars being released into the bomb hole for the opening lap, or for the warm-up laps. Matches Knob leads away down through the corkscrew for the opening lap. orange-coloured body shell, glowing in the pretty warm sun. Down into the bomb hole for the first time, over the corkscrew. So 2 meters of elevation change down at that end of the track. Tim Kerman, early leader with the number 3 car, so I think he is the all blue coloured car. So 2 cars back from this car. If we can pick him up, there we go, the blue coloured car of Tim Kerman leading this one. In fact, he's now second to Matthias Knopp, but less than a tenth away, a little bit sideways there, so quite leery for Tim Kerman. Taking a fairly fast line round through the middle of the banking, trying to close in on the car of Jose Pereira, just in front of him. Matthias Knopp has got away very slightly. Leading by around 1.3 seconds at the moment. From this car we are running with of Tim Kerman. You can see in the heat cars starting to slide around. Definitely don't want to be overworking the tyres in these conditions. They feel like chewing gum underneath you. Still 1.2 seconds between Matthias Knopp, who we are running with at the moment. Tim Kerman, who we are running with at the moment. Tim Kerman dropping down into 3rd position. Jose Pereira up into 2nd. So if we can move forward 1 car onto the lilac-coloured car. There we go. That is Jose Pereira running in 2nd position to Matthias Knopp. Just dropping down through the corkscrew. Through the bomb hole one more time, up and over the corkscrew, down the long back straight. 1 minute 15 to go, still at 1.3 seconds, so gap remaining fairly constant between Matthias Knopp and Jose Pereira, who we're running with at the minute. Tim Kerman may have made a mistake up in the corkscrew, so he's going to be dropping down the field quite considerably, and he does. So we're running with Jose Pereira as he tries to hunt down Matthias Knopp as they start their final laps. Still that 1.2 seconds between them. Jose Pereira having finished. So Jose Pereira's finished, as has Matthias Knopp. Just waiting for Tomas Sova to cross the line. Then they are done. Matthias Knopp getting that one then from Jose Pereira by like 1.5 seconds at the end of the run. Now starting to come towards some of the recognisable names. As we get up to heat number 14. Jules Groskamp going to lead away from Antoine Brunet, Robin Eiserman, Remy Callens, Alessio Menicucci, Patrick Gollner, Matthew Dambreen, Harley Eldridge, Pecco Evening and Dominic Schmidt.
Enjoy the sun.
Cars released for their install lap. And feel the temperature rising and sort of heat radiating off the track. Groskamp leads away at the front of this one then from Antoine Brunet. So it's a quick opening lap from Gilles. Robin Eiserman going sub 17 on his opening lap. Still Groskamp leading at the moment. But super close between him and Eiserman. In fact, Eiserman now up into the lead with the number 10 car. So I think that is the white and red coloured car. It is. So if we move back one car, there we go, the white and red car dropping down through the corkscrew, down the long back straight. This the lead car of Robin Eiserman. Robin got this lead of around 0.8 of a second. Just heads down the pitch straight into the bomb hole, up over the corkscrew. A little bit much curb up in the corkscrew, but gets away with it. and ends up in the grass off the end of the main straight. And yeah, that's really not gone well for him. So now we have got the car of, I think, Antoine Brunet, that is, the number 2 car. It is Antoine Brunet. Running the sort of very Ronald Volker-esque body shell on his RC Maker. This is the new SP2 that Antoine is running. Drops down the hill. Very nicely done. So lots of eyes on Antoine's car this weekend. I think we've got Dominic Schmid leading this one with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can find him. He is the first of the cars just coming down through the corkscrew now. The white, yellow, green coloured car. So he's the first car just coming round down the pit straight now. Top of the corkscrew. This is our lead car of Dominic Schmid. Dominic starting a little bit down the order, but will pop back up to the top. Got a 1.1 second lead over Elis Groskamp. Final 30 seconds now. Schmidt still leading from Groskamp. He's got his gap up to 1.5 seconds. And mistake there, well, or some kind of loss of drive as he crossed the line. He's not finished. So Schmidt thought, I don't know, did he just throw that at the line thinking he'd finished and hasn't? So, yeah, seemed to be, yeah, because his car's working. So that dropped him from first down to third. I think he thought he was pitching it at the line and didn't make it.
Promotion from Invisible Speed.
That's right, Invisible Speed is launching a completely new touring car book very, very soon, packed with awesome info and tips from today's fastest touring car racers.
You can go to invisiblespeed.net right now to pre-order Invisible Speed TC, the definitive guide to on-road scale motorsport.
That's right, pre-order the Invisible Speed touring car book now and you could win one-on-one personal tuning therapy from JQ at a future major event like TITC, Euros, Worlds, ETS, you pick.
You could also win access to an amazing online tuning course through Invisible Speed.
To enter, you just need to pre-order the touring car book by the 10th of August.
All set for the top heat then. Adam Mackman says, hi James, hi Adam, hope all is going well at the Whole Beach mini meeting today for you. Michael Olowski going to lead this one away from Bruno Coelho. This will be an interesting one actually because Bruno's led away all day with Michael being the chaser. So it'll be interesting to see how Michael gets on being the chased. Remember we saw a mistake from Michael through the little chicane so directly in front of the driver's rostrum early on. Still came back to win it. Lucas going to be starting off second. So Michael from Lucas from Bruno. So Michael Olowski has led away from Lucas Urban. Bruno Coelho in third position. And Simon Lauter started out fourth. Remember, we also got a little bit of a nugget earlier on that Simon has 2 sets of new tyres left. So Simon already up past Bruno. We're running with Michael Olowski at the moment leading. In fact, Mark Reinhard quickest over the opening 2 laps. We'll give it another lap and then have a look and see where everybody filters in. Mark Reinhard is at the front at the moment. Haven't really seen anything of Mark so far this weekend. Let's see if we can find him. He is the number 8 car. So he's one of the all-white coloured cars. He is just at the top of the corkscrew now. It's the second of the 2 white coloured cars on the main straight. Mark now dropping down into third position. Mark looked like he was struggling a little bit for traction and forward drive yesterday. Obviously, if he's on a new tyre run, that's going to give him some help. Mark Reinhard now down in third position. He is some 0.3 of a second off of Michael Olowski, who is leading this one. Got Simon Lauter in second position currently. Let's see if we can find Simon. He is the orange coloured car. It's like a lighter orange coloured car, car number 5. He is down the bomb hole and just through the corkscrew now. There we go, that is Simon Lauter trying to make his way forward. And he has just taken the lead, actually. Simon Lauter now leading this one. We knew he had a couple of new sets of tyres. So I think that was Ronald Volker just opening up for him, was it? No, that was the 9 car of that was Soren Sparbeer opening up for him. And Michael Olowski got back to the front during that one. So Michael already with a round win. See, we believe Simon to be on new tyres. He is currently 1.5 tenths off of Michael. 1.5 minutes left. Predicted 18.504 for Michael. Michael's quickest time and 18.503.282. So already predicting a slightly slower time. Olowski's lead over Simon Lauter, who we're running with less than 1/10 of a second. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Just over 1/10 of a second now. So So we're running with Simon Lauter, Michael Orlowski just exiting the main straight now. Still just over 1/10 between them. So looking pretty good for Michael Orlowski, given that he is on a used tyre run. I'm a defending champion, Michael. Got less than 30 seconds to go. Half a tenth in it. I think that might have been the traffic. No, so Simon Lauter back to the front now as we start the... Is this going to be their last lap? Yes, it will be. So final lap for them. Let's just see what Simon can do. Michael Orlowski filters back to the top. Now we'll just see as they cross the line. Has Simon Lauter done enough? Throws it at the line. He has. So Simon Lauter taking that one from Michael Orlowski. And Ronald Volker in third. Mark Reinhardt is fourth. Lucas Aban is fifth. So Simon Lauter getting that round. That is the third winner in 3 rounds. Slightly slower time from Simon, but that's given him a round win. So sitting there on used tyres has given him a bit of an advantage. Simon Lauter taking that one. That's nice effort for him. So straight back into round number 4 of qualifying now. So we're going to go pretty much straight on. Let's have a look and see what that's done for our overall scores in qualifying. So we already know Michael Orlowski, he's got 0 and a 2. Simon Lauter with a 0 and a 3. Bruno with a 0 and a 4. As counting score, and then we've got Lucas with a 2 and a 3. Mark Reinhardt is in 6th with a 4 and a 4. Ronald's got a 3 and a 5 to beat that. Alex Hagberg, Jules Groskamp's in there, Victor Wilk, Antoine Brunet 10th at the moment. So looking at front wheel drive going into round number 4. This cannot be settled. Stefan Schultz has got 2 round wins, so we know he is starting on pole position. The other driver with a round win is Roman Borchel. He's just got nothing to go with that round win. So cars are off and counting. Edwin Kvarnstrom leading away. So Frankie Fletcher's hit the front. Frankie is a green and yellow coloured car. He's towards the tail end of the field. He's a couple of cars back from that. Frankie just through shot. There we go. So that is Frankie, who is off into... Oh, he's dropped into 2nd position now. Edwin Kvarnstrom out in front at the moment from Patrick Room. Frankie Fletcher dropping down a little bit. Let's see if we can find Patrick Room with the 3 car. Just trying to pick up the number 3 car out there. It is the, I think it's the car with no numbers on it. Oh no, sorry, it's the one car back from that. So the white and green coloured car, number 3 car, up the top of the corkscrew, so predominantly white car. It's the middle of the 3 down the back straight. And just made a bit of a mistake, dropping down the order. Managing to pick his way through some traffic. This is Patrick Room we are running with. Edwin Kvarnstrom has disappeared at the front of this. He's leading by around 4.8 seconds. But, Patrick Room's just put it on its roof. Yannick Romans up into 2nd position with the number 2 car. So let's see if we can spot the 2 car out there. So the 2 car is the multicoloured car. Not really sure exactly how you describe that. It looks like whatever he had left in the shed when he came to paint it. So this is the car of Yannick Romans, running in 2nd position in the heat at the moment. Track temperatures building as we begin qualifying round number 4. No one able to TQ during round 4. To do that, someone would have had to have won all 3 rounds, and no one's managed that so far. So we're going into round 5 for every class. We've had 3 different winners in modified so far. And, think we are probably looking at Michael Olowski, a slight favourite from Mod, not due to his pace on new tyres, strong as that is, but his pace on used tyres. He seems to be able to mix it right with the others on used tyres, which Bruno doesn't quite seem to have that same pace on used tyres that Michael does. So time has expired. Edwin Kvarnstrom taking that one pretty comfortably by 10 seconds over Frankie Fletcher in 2nd. So a really good run there for Frankie. Yannick Romans in 3rd, then Marek Sova and Valdemar Wikstrom, Yannick Pasquier. Cars being recovered into post-race tech. Okay, so Simon took that round just in the end from Michael right at the end. I'm guessing that was a new tyre run for you?
Yes, same for Michael. So we were the only ones on new from Bruno, Lucas, and who else. So yeah, this was quite important.
Yeah, so looks like you've got pretty good pace. Obviously, track looks a little bit slower in the middle of the day than it was earlier this morning.
Yes, for sure. That's the heat, and most likely today in the morning was the fastest run. We will see whether last run will be faster. This could be a thing. At I think 5:30 we are running, but from our calculations, Michael should be out of tires now. That's why we think he went to new now to secure TQ with the fast run in the morning. Bruno and Lucas have left, so we will see what happens, who goes what tactics.
So you think you've got a new set left that you're effectively going to run in the last round of qualifying?
Well, I skipped yesterday, Q1, to have kind of a tactical advantage, so everyone knows I have one left. But I need to talk to Tim and decide when we are going to run it, when is the point to try it.
Okay, so I think you're going to be third off the line.
Yes, I think so. The other ones have 1 and 2, or probably behind Michael. I'm not super sure. Lucas has 2 and 2, 2 and 3. Michael has 1 and 2. Bruno has 1 and 3 as well, probably. We will see. But off the line does not work at EFRA anyways, because I got, let's call it bad luck in Q2, because I started ahead of the guys that did not race yesterday evening as well. And now I think there was a mix with Bruno. Bruno was not in the correct order as well, and Mark also not, in my opinion, so there seems to be something off. So I don't know what to expect. Let's just look at the wall and then see what's going to happen.
Okay, well, good luck, and you're in the mix, so no doubt we'll speak to you later.
Yeah, let's just hope. Just invite me. If I'm good enough, invite me. I will be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Bruno, looked like a bit of a scrappy run for you there. Few mistakes.
Yeah, I mean the second qualify, I was in a good position and I had the traction roll on the right side of the track, which of course may cost me the TQ in that run. And now I was on used tires, so the car was not fantastic, and we could see the difference compared to the guys with new tires, which is ridiculous, the difference. But yeah, it is what it is. That's the rules, and we have to deal with it.
How do you think your pace is against them on used tyres? Do you think you're similar speed to them on used tyres?
I mean, compared to the guys with used tires, I believe so. Compared to the guys on new, it's completely different class, I believe. But yeah, I'm looking forward for the new tires again. That's when it counts. Because when you use used tires, it's like you're just out there just running and making a number on the track. And yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to figure out, obviously, you've got a new set left, so you're trying to figure out when best to use it, whether you use it in Q4 or Q5.
Yeah, now we need to check a little bit what's the next and what is coming next. Of course, the last round should be the fastest one in terms of not of the day, but the fastest one compared to the next ones are coming. So we need to check it what is the best.
Okay, so you're up there in the mix anyway. Looks really open in modified, so looks like top 4 of you all look fairly similar on pace.
Yeah, right. In the moment, I think it looks everybody is super close. Also, Simon now showed up. Lucas on new tires also show like very good pace, and Michael and me, we are all like same. I believe same pace. So it'll be interesting the rest of the qualifiers.
Okay, well, good luck. We'll speak to you later on.
Thank you.
Max Mankler taking that round in stock, just.
Yeah, finally I could manage a clean run and a good run, so taking my first TQ run of this weekend, we'll see, maybe there will be one more.
Okay, I mean, obviously you're sort of working fairly closely with Ollie, so I guess you decided you weren't going out on new tyres and you were giving yourself an offset from him?
Yeah, well, like we have 4 guys with a good speed, so clearly we think what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. So showing the benefits, I guess, of working together as a team out there.
Yeah, clearly. I can only speak for us, and clearly we have a few guys that use their brain when we do something, so we just try to do our best in each way.
Okay, and I mean, looked like the pace fairly early on. Ollie was still very, very quick.
Yeah, Ollie is like a missile here. It's a bit like Apeldoorn. There are two tracks where Ollie he's always quick, but here and Apeldoorn he's just the master. I can't understand how he does it sometimes, but yeah, he's the man.
Yeah, it's not over a single lap. He's like necessarily any quicker. He just keeps on pumping in the laps all the time, super consistent.
Yeah, his pace overall, the consistency and the fast laps it's really good. So it's very hard to beat him. So yeah, but as we all know, we also race a bit as a team, so we try to do our best that we are all quick together, and that's the point.
Absolutely. Well, no doubt we'll speak to you later on.
Thanks. See you guys.
See you. Okay, and then Lewis Kretschmer ended up second in that one to Max, running fairly close to him. Were you looking ahead to where Ollie was on the track or behind you to where Max was?
Yeah, for sure. You're comparing with the other guys on the track every lap, I would say. And I saw there was a gap in the beginning of the run, but at the end it was quite close. And I couldn't imagine where we'll end up, but yeah, I was in front, I think 0.3 seconds, so it was all good.
Yeah, it looked super close out there. So do you think you've got the pace to stay with the other guys out there?
At the moment, it's really hard to beat Ollie on the same tire, and I have to say it's not that easy. But in this run, I was able to, and let's see what the other ones will bring.
Okay, so working together well as a team out there, and obviously you're all figuring out what you need to do to get yourself to the end of the qualifying as best as possible.
Yes, that's the thing, and we're working together as a team, trying to find the best solution for everybody in the team, so everybody has a good chance on the win, and also for the team for a good team result, and that's all what happens and all what matters.
Okay, well done. Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Starting 10 seconds, starting order according to the scoreboard. Car number 1, 4, 7, 6, 5, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so back after having a chat with some of the top guys there. So Simon, Bruno, Max and Lewis. Just catching up with what they know. We've now got the top heat of front-wheel drive running. RC Victory Lane saying that is some serious elevation change. Yeah, it's over 2 metres from when they sort of drop down into the bomb hole off of the little short kink, short straight here. So there we go, down the hill and then all the way up there and then all the way back, and that affects you all the way down that back straight. So particularly in the spec classes, if you get that wrong coming down through the corkscrew, then that's just costing you all the way down that back straight. Stefan Schultz looks like he's sitting this one out. So we have got on stream at the moment the 9 car, that is Thomas Sova. Leading out there is Gergo Valent with the 7 car. Let's see if we can pick up the 7. So we have got the 7 car on stream at the moment of Gergo Valent. And running ahead of Mark Valent. So going well for the 2 Valent brothers out there. Gergo Valent still leading from Mark Valent. Jacques Libar running in 3rd position. So gap between the Valent brothers is, it was around 1/4 of a second. There's a fairly big space between them on track. Ironically, 2-round winners so far. Stefan Schultz not taking the start, so Stefan Schultz has had 2-round wins. So he knows he's starting 1st or 2nd. But has sat out the other 2 rounds. Let's see what Gergo Valent has in terms of an overall. So Mark Valent's got a 2 and a 3 overall. Gergo has got, just trying to find him, he's got a 2 and a 29. So round win here would catapult him up the order. Mark Valent with a 2 and a 3. So this would put Gergo, if he can take this one as we go into the final minute, it's going to put him potentially 2nd to Stefan Schultz, and then with a chance of nicking it off of Stefan Schultz. Roman Borchel is the slightly odd one because he's 15th at the moment with a 0, a 24 and a 26, and he's going to have another low score here with this one. So we could have Roman Borchel, if he doesn't pull his finger out in the last round, we could have someone who's won a round not making the main, which would be a bit of a turn of events. Gergo Valent still leading this one just as we come to the end. Oh, and in fact, Mark Valent just nicked it off of Gergo on the last lap. So it was just a slow last lap from Gergo, a 22.9 versus a 22.7 from Mark, and that was enough just to swap them over on the final lap. So let's see what that's done to the overalls then after Q4. So we've got Stefan Schultz with his 2 zeros, Mark Valent with his 0 and his 2. Gergo is up there with 4 points with a 2 and a 2. And at the moment, we have got Roman Borchel with his 0. His other counting scores are 24, which is putting him in 17th at the moment. Getting set for the spec class, round number 4. Again, no one able to take TQ in this round. all we know so far is that we have a nailed-on front row start for Ollie Baltink. Philip Hoody going to lead away this heat number 4 of round 4. Starting to build towards the tail end of qualifying. Everybody up and away and counting. Philip Hoody into an early lead after 2 laps. Got a lead about 4/10 from Kenzo Hirth. Makes a small mistake though off of the banking. Gets away with it, but has just dropped him down the field very slightly. Max O'Donnell up into 2nd position. So let's see if we can find the 2 car out there. The I think there's actually 1 car. No, that's the 6 car. That's the 2 car of Max O'Donnell, is the all pink coloured car. He's just coming down the corkscrew now, down the back straight. So running in, or certainly in the mix for 2nd position. So loops out into the banking, so just turned in a little bit hard, and rear of the car, just in this temperature, tyres don't hang on particularly well. Janos Narantsis up into 2nd place now. That is the number 4 car. That's the white, blue and red coloured car. So 2 cars back from where we are currently viewing. So there we go. That is Janos Narantsis, mainly white and red with some blue flashes in the middle. Running in 2nd position in the heat at the moment. Flowing through the infield. Just wait and see where he is when he crosses the line. He was, in fact, he's taken the lead now. So this is the lead car of Janos Narantsis. leading from Anthony Beve by a little over a tenth of a second. Still super close out there, super tight. And a little bit wayward, needs to work with this other car that's with him, just so as not to hold each other up. That's a better line down through the corkscrew, down the long back straight. So remember particularly, oh, small mistake there, just put a tyre on the grass, got away with it, doesn't need a marshal. It's going to drop him out of the lead though. I would expect Anthony Beve to take the lead and stay there as they cross the line. So Janos Narantzis, who we are running with, that's dropped him down into third position, so it cost him about 3 seconds. We'll stick with him, though, all the way home. Narantzis going to end up third in this one. Be ruining that little mistake in the sort of fast sweeper off the end of the main straight. And in fact drops down to fourth place in the end, so was right up there with Anthony Beve, and small mistake from Janos Narantzis and dropped him quite a way off the pace in the end. So good afternoon to you if you're just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships for 2026 from Luxembourg. I'd like to give a shout out to our event sponsors Hobbywing, and also say thank you to Elsaram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XC, ESC and X-Ray for helping us to bring you this live coverage. Coming towards the pointy end of qualifying now. So this is qualifying round number 4 of 5. Best 2 from 5 to count. And track temperature is probably what are we? We're sort of 2 p.m. local time, so it's probably at the highest it's going to reach today. Some debate amongst the drivers whether they think the temperature has gone, or so the pace has gone out of the track with the temperature, or whether they'll be able to get it back later on. Ralph Winkler going to lead this one away then from Edmund Peyton Marchi, Lucas Witt, Nils Mers, Tim Espen, Fabian Bacchetti, Philippos Georgantis, Nikos Nikolakopoulos and Kent Bertilsson. So looks like the front two of Edmund Peyton Marchi and Ralph Winkler trying to work it out between them. I would guess, looking at the sort of relative difference in pace, we're seeing a new tyre run versus an old tyre run, and just the amount of side bite. Maybe not, maybe Ralph Winkler just on fresh boots and not quite having the confidence to crank the car in. But lead 2 off down the main straight after dropping down from the corkscrew. This is the lead car of car 5 we're running with. Niels Mers running in second. He is less than 4/100ths off the lead. So Niels Mers is car 3. He is 2 cars back. The white front, minty green rear down the main straight now. In fact, he has now hit the front. He's leading this by about 0.3 of a second. So Niels Mers leading this one from Edmund Peyton Marchi. He's got a gap up to around 3.5 of a second now. We're running with Niels as he drops down the corkscrew along the back straight through the chicanes in the middle of the track now. Now closing in on Ralph Winkler. And Ralph just makes a little bit of a mistake, backs out of it, fortunately for Niels. So Niels now a little bit over-optimistic with his entry into the chicane in the middle of the circuit, but manages to flip it back. And down the corkscrew once more, down the long back straight. Taking a slightly higher line up through that banked corner. Now trying to close in on Edmund Peyton Marchi. Started out a couple of cars in front of him. Niels still looking pretty good out in front. It's the second place man in front of him, and actually he drives straight past him down the main straight, so that's a good donkey that Niels has got in his car there. So Niels now emboldened by the fact that, he's just made a mistake just off the end of the straight there. He's going to be kicking himself there, especially as that looked like it was probably a new tyre run, given his pace offset to the rest of them. And he's done that 4 minutes into the run. So not only has he made a mistake and thrown the run away, but he's done that having taken the good juice out of his tyres. So back to what's now going to be the battle for the lead with Edmund Peyton Marchi and Ralph Winkler. And in fact, we've got Nikos Nikolakopoulos running in third place. So again, these two needing to work together. So bit of a dive there. Right at the end of it. So Niels Mers recovers to, I think, second. Nikos Nikolakopoulos ends up in taking that one.
los. Sollen wir einen Feld vergeben? Das hat der das Ding, da geht es warten, weil wir die Stämme so ja. Warte, Tosi, komm! Aber such's mir auch nicht. Rotwein Viertelfinale sind wir offen. Aber das, ich glaube, das ist ja viele neu gefahren hier. Also nicht mal jetzt auch neu. Ja? Ja. Doch nicht gerade neue Rahmen dran. Das war die beste Entscheidung.
Heat number 6 coming up of the spec class. So spec runs from heat 4 all the way through to heat number 11. We're not going to see TQ sealed, remember, at this point. We've had we'd need someone to have won or to win the first 4 rounds. That's not been the case in any class. So we've had Ollie Boltink winning the first 2 spec rounds. We know that he's going to be starting on the front row of the grid. We've had Max Mackler just taking the 3rd round with a new tyre run. So he's got a 1st and a 2nd, so Max looking pretty good. He's locked into the final, but just where he starts is the question. Modified, we have had Michael Olowski with a round win. We've had Simon Lauter with a round win, and we've had Bruno Coelho with a round win. So still all to play for in that one. And we've had Stefan Schultz take a round in the front-wheel drive class. We've had Roman Borchel. He's taken a round, and Mark Valent also took the last round in that one. So a bit of an odd one for Roman Borchel because he's taken a round win, and his next best counting score is a 24th in round. So he's currently, with a round win, out of the A final. So he needs something just to get himself in. So be an interesting one for Roman there, needing to do something. Got out at the front of this one, we've got, I think, Jonathan Clow leading this one. He is running the number 1 car, which is the minty green coloured car. So he's, I think, 3 cars back. He's just dropping down the corkscrew now. There we go, just appeared in shot. So Jonathan Clow leading this one by around 0.4 of a second. Still is Jonathan Clow leading this one. Started out a little bit further down the run, filters to the top. He's got his lead gap up to just over 0.5 seconds. Still fairly close, fairly tight. These drivers now well experienced with running with each other. They had 1 round of qualifying yesterday. They had a round of practice this morning. This is now their 5th run of the track today, so their 6th run together all weekend. More than that in many cases for some people, as they all seeded. They may well have ended up seeding together as well. So only 1 reseed for this meeting, which took place after a couple of time practices yesterday, based on 3 consecutive laps. And nicely done there by the following car, not to collect Jonathan Clough as he made a bit of a mistake. Still 1.5 minutes to go. You can see at this point on the run, tyres are screaming for assistance, particularly the rear tyres. Cars just wanting to over-rotate if you lean on them very slightly too hard. So it's so easy just to destroy all of the corner speed, corner pace. It's like balancing a tightrope. In fact, it's more than balancing on a tightrope. It's jumping onto the tightrope in the first place. Just figuring out exactly how much traction you've got when you turn in. You don't want to undercook it and take less speed into the corner than is available, but equally you don't want to overcook it and just have the rear of the car come round on you and lose all of your momentum and corner speed. Through the bomb hole once more, up, and there we go, little bobble for him coming down the corkscrew. That's going to cost him all the way down that long back straight. Just that lack of momentum. Needing to accelerate the car back up into it again. So just missing out on the 16-lap run by 1/100th of a second.
Hier een enge trap. Wapensprong.
There we go, that is heat number 6 done, so getting set for heat number 7.
Dat is einige plaats van mir. Niet zo brutal. Ja, hallo. Bitte sehr. Hier nicht. Na, wat? Ja. Okay.
So Theodore Parasarakis going to lead this one away from Christos Vassilopoulos. Corentin de Kret going to lead it actually off this one. So that's weird, start order change, okay. They're obviously making some changes on the fly to that one. So de Kret going to lead away from Parasarakis. Cedric Gridley, Christos Vassilopoulos, Darko Meister, Julian Jost, Stefan Romans, Jelle Klursen, and Frederick Hovgaard will be starting 9th. Corentin de Kret leading away then. The purple coloured car just gets a little bit of a bobble down by the pit lane entry. Did see one of the cars behind him pop it on the grass. We'll stick with Corentin de Kret for the first couple of laps though. And let's see what he can manage. I think we've got Jelle Klursen leading after a couple of laps. He is the number 3 car. So Jelle Klursen leading with the 3 car. That is the yellow front, blue rear car down the main straight now. There we go. That is the lead car there, the number 3 of Jelle Klursen. See Corentin de Kret flick to the top of the timing, and we'll drop down. Jelle Klursen just drives around the outside of someone, exiting the corkscrew. It's a pretty brave move. Heading down, dropping into the bomb hole once more. Taking a lot of curb out there, a lot of liberties. Getting away with it. It's easier to do on used tyres. Sometimes when you're on new tyres and you sort of land from that little bit of elevation you get with the fresh side bite of a brand new tyre, it pitches you over, whereas a used tyre, it lands, it slides. But he's got a better hook on that now. Better grip, better traction. Jelle Klursen still at the top of this one from Frederik Hovgaard. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday afternoon. We are RC Racing TV and we are bringing you live coverage from Luxembourg of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. This is halfway through round number 4 of qualifying. There's 5 rounds of qualifying total. And we're going to go to the last round of qualifying in every single class. So traffic falling quite nicely for Jelle Klursen, who we're running with at the moment. Corentin de Kret still somewhere in the mix as well. Corentin will be wondering a little bit. He started out first. He hasn't seen anybody during the run. And then he'll be wondering when he doesn't get called out in the lead, where exactly that's come from. Let's see if we can find the 2 car of Frederik Hovgaard out there. He is one of the 2 minty green coloured cars. I think he's the second of them. So he's just dropped down the corkscrew now, out onto the main straight. That is the 2 car of Frederik Hovgaard. So, yep, the second of the 2 minty green coloured cars. So, that's the one. So Hovgaard running in second position. He is some 3 seconds off of Jelle Klursen. And a small little bobble there. And I'll go away with it. It will have cost him like half a tenth. Frederik Hovgaard just dropping down that little bobble, costing him a little bit. Jelle Klaassen making it onto the extra lap, but Frederik Hovgaard, who we were running with there, ends up 4th in the heat. Alexander Johansson going to lead away at this heat number 8. So Alexander Johansson leads away from Adrian Antomarchi. Alexander Johansson leading away then from Adrian Antomarchi. Loic Jasmin with a hot opening lap. Billy Fletcher with the quickest opening lap will run with Alexander Johansson for the opening few laps and see what we can figure out. He's had a good second lap as Johansson. Loic Jasmin running in second at the moment. Just waiting for everything to filter out. So let's see if we can find the 3 car of Loic Jasmin. It's 1 car back, the pink front, white rear car. There we go. This is Loic Jasmin running in second position at present. So down that long back straight through the banking. Through a series of chicanes where we saw A little bit of a traction roll earlier for Michael Orlowski. Johansson leading this one pretty comfortably, actually. He's just having a look, 2.5 seconds down the road from Loic Yasmin. Loic Yasmin, who we are running with, is around 1.5 seconds clear of Billy Fletcher in 3rd position. Couple of minutes left. Loic Yasmin we're running with in 2nd position at the moment. Alexander Johansson has run away and hid at the front of this. Got Billy Fletcher running in 3rd. Let's see if we can find Billy's car. He's just coming down the corkscrew now, down onto the back straight. So he's the white front, pink centre, blue rear car. There we go, that's the car of Billy Fletcher running in 3rd position. Billy could do with another decent round score. I think he's been a little bit on the struggle bus so far. Where's Billy overall? He has had, where are we? Scroll quite a lot to find him. So he's had a 22nd, a 68th and a 69th in round. So yes, he definitely wants another good score here to try and pop himself, well, 22nd in round. Guess he'll be hoping to pop himself, you know, maybe into the C final with that. He could do with like a top 15 in round to help nail that on. Obviously with 2 from 5 counting, you end up with a lot of tie breaks. Alexander Johansson leading this one from Loic Yasmin. We're running with Billy Fletcher in 3rd position at the moment. In fact, he's just dropped down into 4th, super close with Adrian Antomarchi. He's like half a tenth down. Let's run with Billy for home. He's on his final lap. Let's see if he can get Adrian with a good drive to the line. A little bit wayward up the top of the hill. Don't think that's going to be enough. It's not. So misses out by just over half a second there. So pace falling away right at the end there for Billy. Alexander Johansson taking that one pretty comfortably in. Antomarchi in 3rd. Billy Fletcher, who we were running with, down in 4th position. Martin Hoody going to lead away heat number 9 of 11. Just have a look at where Martin is currently. Martin is currently 13th. He's got a 9th and a 15th in round as counting scores. Phil Langner with an 11th and a 13th as well. So Martin, he's going to need a 9th in round's going to be tough with 2 from 5 to count. So he could do with a better score than that. Certainly the 9 is going to be the lowest that he'd want to be counting to make the A final, but I think he's going to want something a little bit stronger than that to have a good shout of making the final. In fact, starting order's changed again, so it's going to be Phil Langner leading away from Martin Hoody, Nathan Atlani. So they're updating the starting order on the fly somewhere. Phil Langner leads off from Martin Hoody, Nathan Atlani, and Arno Solniak. We're running with Phil Langner, orange and blue coloured car. Martin Hoody already right on him. So this looks like maybe a fresh tyre run for Martin Hoody. He certainly got a lot more confidence in the car on the opening lap. Give it a couple of laps to settle down. Okay, so Phil Langner looks to have stabilised the gap and edging away from Martin Hoody, but then again maybe not, as they drop down through the corkscrew back down the main straight. So this the front two, and Phil opens up, gets out of the way of Martin. So does the right thing there. Martin Hoody, the all-white colour. Just for the moment, he is around half a second down on Bart Vubben. So Bart Vubben is leading this one with the number 4 car. So I think if we can... in fact, I think he's got a body tuck. So Bart Vubben has got a body tuck that's going to drop him down the order. Don't know if that's cleared now, but car sounding a bit nasty. Back up to speed now. Arno Solniak also in the mix. That is the 5 car. So that's 1 car in front of the car we were following, I believe. It is. So this is Arno Solniak running in 2nd position in the heat, or should move up to 2nd. There we go. Pair of them around 1.5 seconds off of Martin Hoody. Looking at predicted time for Martin, 16:509.726. So Ollie Boltink did a 16, pretty much a 16 flat. He missed the split by 1.5 tenths. And costly mistake there for Arno Solniak with the 5 car. That's going to drop him right down the field. Won't take effect till the end of this lap, so we'll stick with him. And then we'll go probably find the lead car again of Martin Hoody. We'll just see how far that's dropped Arno Solniak has dropped him down to 4th. So let's see if we can pick out Martin Hoody again. He is the 10 car. There we go. That is Martin, who we've got in the centre of shot. Just over a minute left. Just coming down with around 30 seconds to go. His lead Bart Vubben's got his lead down to 1.1 seconds. The lead of Martin Hoodie. So Bart Vubben is charging along behind, recovering from that earlier little body tuck incident that Bart had. They started their last laps, and Nathan Atlani also somewhere in the mix. We're with Bart Vubben at the moment. So look, he's up into second. He's less than a second now behind Martin Hoodie. So Martin has finished, as has Bart Vubben, and as has Nathan Atlani. Nathan Atlani got really close at the end there to Martin Hoodie, got within 1.5 tenths. So fairly dramatic drop in pace from Martin Hoodie right at the end of that one.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Okay, penultimate heat. So who do we have here? Adam Ise, defending champion from last year, taking the title in the Netherlands. Benjamin Elbisser, Sam Nichols will be starting third. Jan Rathajski starts fourth. Enzo Ruslan, Matthias Nedrebo, Gergo Valent, Manuel Wagner, Niels de Greiser and Stefan Schultz. Yeah, start order has changed again then. So yeah, Adam Ise, Stefan Schultz, Jan Rathajski, Sam Nichols. Penultimate heat of spec in the penultimate round of spec. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. This is spec qualifying round number 4, heat number 10 of 15. Stefan Schultz out into an early lead. Stefan having sat out a couple of rounds, so I think he is playing the tyre game. Stefan has got a good round score already. Stefan with a, let's have a look, what was his good score? Just trying to find him overall. He's effectively only got one score, that's the problem. There we go, Stefan Schultz, he's got a 4th in round and 276s in rounds. So Stefan looking for something to go with his 4. Let's see, his is a white and blue colour car. There we go, that is Stefan Schultz leading this one. By around 6.5 tenths from Adam Ise. Matthias Nedrebo running in 3rd position. Stefan Schultz desperately trying to close in on Adam Isay. Gap between them now half a second. So they started out 1 second apart on the track. Stefan has got that gap between them down to half a second. So he's half a second up on the split on their own individual clocks that they are running. So he'll want to catch and pass Adam. He knows that if he catches him, passes him, he's most definitely in front. At the moment, the pair of them are kind of guesstimating what 1 second looks like. Four-tenths of a second between them now, so Adam just starting to stretch away. They're having to go past the car of Benjamin Elbisser. No, in fact, I think that was Manuel Wagner that they've had to pass. It is, it's Manuel Wagner, so Wagner doing a good job. Getting out of the way of these lead two. Still Schultz from Isay, still half a second between them, and a mistake there from Stefan Schultz. So that's going to prompt Adam Isay into the lead. Picked up Adam Isay now with 1 minute 45 remaining. Let's see how costly that is for Stefan Schultz. He's dropped him all the way down into 4th place. So Maciej Nedrebo running in 2nd now, with Jan Rathajski in 3rd. Stefan Schultz, there was a good run coming together, but he's going to have to start piecing that all back together, pick up the pieces of that run. We're running with Adam Isay at the moment. He is leading this one from Nedrebo by around 0.8 of a second. So relatively comfortable. Schultz has got himself back past Rathajski, but not in front of Nedrebo. Schultz about 0.8 back off of Nedrebo at the moment. So we'll stick with Isay. Predicting a 16 in 5:03.651 at the moment. Just coming in to, and he's done it, a 16 in 5:03.715. So Adam Isay, 16 5:03.715. Just keeping a note of that so we know what the top heat have to do. Nedrebo up there in 2nd. Stefan Schultz, he's kind of got his second decent round score that he needed to put himself something up there. So he had a 4th in round. This one, I'm kind of expecting that it'll be a 6th, 7th in round, something like that for Stefan Schultz there. Nedrebo has got himself a decent score finally, because Nedrebo's previous score, he had his best score was a 10. So pretty sure it's going to be better than that. Of course, there are still 10 cars to come. But no TQ to be sealed absolutely yet. Ollie Boltink looks to be the favourite. He's got 2 round wins so far, with Max having 1 round win. They've been playing around a little bit with tyre offsets, but Ollie, obviously with 2 round wins, that guarantees him the front row of the grid for the finals. No one can beat his 1 and 1. They can only match it. Max is best placed to match that. He would need another round win. Then he would need to go faster than Ollie's 16 pretty much 16 dead. He missed it by 1.5 tenths. So effectively, Max needs to do a 17-lap run, or whoever takes this round needs to do a 17-lap run, pretty much, to get themselves in front of Ollie Baltink. It's going to be Ollie Baltink starting in front of Max Mackler, Lewis Kretschmer, Mark Valent, Jaroslav Kritz, Jesper Rasmussen, Tim Benson, Lucas Ellerbrock, David Reep and Nico Catalani. Ollie Baltink leads away then from Max Mackler. Going to see what Ollie's opening lap is. That was he will be fully clenched on the rostrum, I think, with that one. So 18.6. Lewis Kretschmer with an 18.3. Kind of wondering if we're seeing a bit of a game with tyres going on here. And Lewis Kretschmer taking his turn with a new tyre run, possibly. So we're running with Baltink. If we move back 2 cars to Lewis Kretschmer, he is the white and pink coloured car. Max has just opened up for him, so I'm pretty certain that Lewis here is on a new tyre run. In comparison to the other, so giving him an offset. So cars trying to work together. So we want to be moving forward 1 car onto Lewis Kretschmer. There we go, a white front, pink rear car. So Lewis leading this one. Max has already opened up for him. We're pretty certain then that Lewis is on a new tyre run. Everybody around him on used tyres. Results would kind of suggest that. Certainly Lewis is on newer tyres than Max, I would say. So Max saving new tyres for the last round of qualifying. Of course, that's when we think the track's got its best possibility of being faster. We don't think the track has got the necessary speed in it at this point. Lucas Ellerbrock up in 3rd position. We are running, though, with Lewis Kretschmer as he tries to chase down Ollie Baltink. That was the 10 car of David Reep, just traction rolling in front of the ambient mic, which was the reason for the noise. So Kretschmer on fresh tyres, we believe. Baltink on used. So Kretschmer now leading this one by around 1.2 seconds from Ollie Baltink. Lucas Ellerbrock up into 3rd position. As you can see, starting out 2 seconds behind. Lewis on a new tyre run, just edging down, trying to get that gap down. Obviously, if this is his 2nd new tyre run of the day, this is going to be his best opportunity. Predicted time, he's still showing on for a 17-lap run, but with, what have we got, just over 1.5 minutes left. Top 2 still showing on a 17-lap pace. So I think Lewis could potentially have a go at Max's time. What was Max's time? Max's time was a 5:01.772 on his new tyre run. So Kretschmer still leading this one. We've got traffic in between them. That isn't Ollie Bolting directly in front of him. But there's 1.3 seconds between them. That is, I think that's David Reap. It is David Reap. Into the final minute. So David Reap opens up at the top of the corkscrew. Lets them drop down. And Bultink's made a mistake. So Ollie Bultink makes a mistake in the middle of the circuit, drops him off. That could be important for other people's scores. That's going to reflect on sort of everybody else's run as they cross the line. So who's going to pop up second? I think Lucas Ellerbrock going to pop up in second position. He has. So Kretschmer from Ellerbrock from Mackler. Mark Valent in fourth place. Is Lewis going to make that extra lap? I think Lewis might, you know. He has made the extra lap. So Lewis Kretschmer making the 17th lap. Well, that's blown everything out of the water. Lewis Kretschmer making the 17th lap. So he will have the fastest time now. We really didn't expect that because that's the hottest part of the day. Lewis Kretschmer taking that one then with a storming 17-lap run. That's put the cat amongst the pigeons. So he's got a round win, as has Max Mackler. Ollie Bolting's got 2 round wins, but Lewis Kretschmer now has the fastest time. So if he can win the last round, he is TQ. So that is going to be... this is all going to be fingers and thumbs, I think, going into the last round. So we've got any one of 3 drivers that can take it. You'd have to say Ollie Bolting is in the best position because he's got a 1 and a 1. Max has got a 1 and a 2. Lewis has got a 1 and a 2. But Lewis has now got the fastest time in his pocket. So that's going to be pretty entertaining going into the last round. I think whilst the first heat of Modified goes on and does a run, I might just take a quick wander for a tiny break before we come back in for the remainder of qualifying.
So there's your runners and riders in this heat. So we're just going to go to the switching cameras. Just go to still cameras just for this one. While James is having a little break. There's the corkscrew. Look at that elevation change there. It's literally 2 meters from the highest point to the lowest point. So if you're standing down there and you're just average height like me, you won't be able to see. You know, it'll tower over you, kind of. Very, very tall. So there's the first group of mod running out. And they're setting off on their second to last qualifying run. So thank you very much to Hobbywing, our title sponsors, for the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championship here in Luxembourg with the Luxembourg Model Car Club. And this is the Mini Circuit Luxembourg, something like that. It's a beautiful track. Don't mind the brown grass, just hasn't rained. Much like across all of the UK and Europe, it hasn't rained in quite a while. So I also want to thank Elceram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XC, ESC, and X-Ray And while JQ is on the track, we also want to point out that there is an invisiblespeed.net promotion for the upcoming, currently working on, literally as you're watching this, Invisible Speed touring car book, which JQ is doing some research for as we're watching. So I was trying to find out from James earlier how many sets of tires the drivers are allowed to use, because as he's been talking about, there's been they're only allowed a certain number of sets per driver, per class. I want to say it's 4, but I'm not sure. And I think if you're in the A final, you can get 1 extra set, but I can't remember if that's correct. So it's the 4th round of qualifying. This is one more round after this group, or after this set of modified racers is out there. So we've got, weirdly, the last names are, so we've got Pacini in the lead at the minute, and then Dambreen, Stroh, Brine, D'Ottavio, Quagrain, and Indovino, and then End. So nearly 2.5 minutes done already in this one. Thank you very much to Master Clock 1 saying, hey guys, nice broadcast. Thank you very much. As usual, a lot of work goes into making sure everything goes smoothly here on the ground and up into the air, so you guys can see all of this. One of our heroes, MKJRC, saying it's taken 20 years for JQ to realize that on-road racing is the key. Sponge 1310 saying bumhole, question mark. No, what he's saying is bomb hole. It just sounds like bomb hole. So less than 2 minutes remaining in this one. Next group of racers already getting ready at the bottom of the rostrum steps. That is Peter Jongling in the pit area, minding the cars that are coming off the track with the straw hat from the Apeldoorn circuit, where we've been several times now for ETS, a couple times for EFRA. Pacini still leading this one, 3:44 predicted time, and very close behind is Dambreen. Very, very close together. 0.2 of a second predicted time over, well, current time over 13 laps. That is super close. So I'm getting it wrong, just in front of the drivers.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Frank. A little bit of cover. Looks like Daniele Pacini leading this one. In fact, Frank Dambreen's. Yeah, no, Frank Dambreen's just got him right at the end. Yeah. So pretty close. There's less than half a tenth between them. Let's just see as Frank crosses the line. Yep, just gets it. So by about half a second in the end. Frank Dambreen getting that one. So building towards the end of round number 4. So Frank Dambreen taking that one, just missing out on the 17-lap run. So Lewis Kretschmer, remember that 17-lap run that he did quicker than all of these guys. So with a stock motor rather than a mod motor. So that is that's a storming run. Well, I think Ollie Bolting's going to be scratching his head a little bit, wondering where that one came from with Lewis there. Obviously, they knew he was on new tyres. They were working together on that one, but I don't think it was in the plan for him to make the split for the extra lap on the new tyres. We kind of assumed that the track was at its slowest at this point. But, clearly not. Which kind of puts the cat amongst the pigeons for mod as well. I wonder if any of the mod guys have seen that and sort of thought, I wonder. Is it worth the gamble?
How many sets of tires should they get?
So they're on, I think it's 3 sets of tyres that they have for qualifying. So yeah, Ollie Bolting currently top in spec with his 2 round wins from Lewis Kretschmer, but Lewis with the quickest time. Max Mackler also with the round win, so all open. Basically, if Lewis wins the last round, he's got it. If Lewis or Max don't win the last round, Ollie Bolting's got it. If Max wins the last round, he's got to win it and do the fastest time to beat either Ollie Bolting or Lewis Kretschmer. Yeah, that will gain him about 5 metres. Matthias Knopp leading this one away then from Jose Pereira. We're running with Matthias Knopp at the moment. So the orange coloured car already starting to pull a bit of a gap. So already starting to head towards some traffic. The number 5 car of Matthias Knopp drops down through the corkscrew. Heading round back towards the start of the lap again. Drops into the bomb hole. Down through the corkscrew. So 2 metres of elevation change down at that end of the circuit. Already starting to flash through. We've got Dai Sakaguchi running in 2nd position at the moment with the 7 car. So let's see if we can find Dai out there. I think the 7 car is the sort of pinky red coloured car. He is the 2nd of the 2 cars, just coming down the corkscrew now. Drops down into the bomb hole once more. Down that long back straight. Heat 13 out of 15, remember? Dai Sakaguchi making his way past Jose Pereira. Again, seeing quite a big discrepancy, I think, out here on track between guys who are running new tyres and people who are running so 3-4 run old tyres. This is probably the biggest discrepancy that you're going to see over the course of the weekend. in terms of tyres. Matthias Knopp still leading this one from Dai Sakaguchi, who we are running with at the moment. Matthias Knopp's lead is some 2.6 seconds. Dai Sakaguchi's got 4 seconds in hand, 4.5 seconds in hand over Andreas Bryn in third position. Andreas Bryn just had a bit of an off as well, just seen out of the corner of my eye, so that's going to drop him down towards the tail of the field. Still Dai Sakaguchi starting to look like he's picked up a little bit of understeer, certainly in some of the sort of lower speed stuff in the middle of the circuit. Let's have a look as he exits the long bank sweeper. Just a little bit of push into this chicane here, gets it much better that time, so brings the entry speed down. Got it much, much better. So, starting what should be the final lap. Yes, this will be the final lap for Dai Sakaguchi. So Matthias Knopp took that one in the end by around 4 seconds. So Matthias Knopp doing a 17.500 dead. So he just missed the 18 lap run. So over a lap faster than the previous heat. Group 14 getting set. Some big names in this one. Gilles Groskamp, Antoine Brunet, Robin Eiserman, Alessio Menicucci, Matthew Dambreen, Harley Eldridge, Patrick Gollner, Pecco Evenen, Remy Callens and Dominic Schmidt. We got, where's Yellers at the moment in modified? He's 8th at the moment, with a 6th and a 9th. So if he can drop that, he'll be happy if he can drop that 9th, I think. Should help to give him a bit of a lock in. Antoine Brunet also in the top 10 at the moment. He is a little bit precarious. He sat in 10th place with a 7th and a 9th. So there's people with sort of better scores below him. So a few of these guys hoping to get a lock into the A final. Gilles Groskamp going to lead away then from Antoine Brunet. Alessio Menicucci. Groskamp has led away. And already Antoine Brunet right on him. So I suspect we're looking at a new tyre run for Antoine Brunet. Groskamp just opens up and lets him go. Thinks there's not even any point in trying. Brunet leading this one already by just about it's actually half a second from Dominic Schmid. Robin Eiserman is in third, but he's a second off the lead. We're running with Antoine Brunet at the minute. Teal blue coloured car. He's heading for a pretty quick 18-lap run, 18 in 5:07 at the moment. Let's have a look at the fastest time we've had so far is Michael Olowski with an 18:5:03. A little bit of over-rotation there, just as he climbs a little bit too high up the banking. Still got a couple of tenths over Dominic Schmid. In fact, Dominic Schmid has hit the front now, so we'll see if we can find him with the one car. That is the white, blue, green car. There we go. We've got him on the shot as he drops down through the corkscrew. Dominic Schmid now leading this one. Again, looking like it's a fresh tyre run. Dropping off to a 5:09. Now, we thought the track was slow at this point, but just seen a little bit of a tangle with the leader and who was that? The number 4 car of Remy Callens. Dominic Schmid still maintains the lead. So he's now leading by like 1.9 seconds from Robin Eiserman. And just comes across a car that ends up on the grass just in front of him. Getting pretty close out there. And small mistake there, but just about gets away with it. But just looking a little bit scruffy is Dominic Schmid. Overdriving the car slightly. Into the final minute now. Dominic Schmid leading this one by 3 seconds now from Antoine Brunet. Another mistake up at the top of the corkscrew. I think he's got enough in his pocket, certainly in terms of taking the heat, but could be quite costly in the overall round score. Dominic Schmid going to make it across for And 18 lap run, so there we go. He's made that one pretty comfortably. In fact, a bunch of drivers, top 3 make an 18 lap run. Matthew Danbury the quickest on a 17, so Brunet flicking for the top, and then Schmid making it. Just waiting for Gollner to finish. Gollner finishes and drops in to 2nd position. So Dominic Schmidt taking that one from Patrick Gollner. And Antoine Brunet in 3rd position. Okay, track is open. Drivers free to do installation laps. So we have got Michael Orlowski going to lead away from Lucas Urban, Bruno Coelho, Simon Lauter, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard, Alex Hagberg, Victor Wilk, Michele Manzo and Soren Sparbeer. So top heat is underway. Michael Orlowski has led away from Lucas Urban, Bruno Coelho and Simon Lauter. Ronald Volker and Victor Wilk with the hot opening laps. So see potentially some of the guys a little bit further down the order choosing to go with new tyre runs, although I do wonder if Simon Lauter has gone for a second new tyre run, trying to take 2 in a row. Simon is running in the lead at the moment. He has just passed Lucas Urban on track. Let's see if we can find Simon Lauter. He is the orange coloured car. He's just dropping down into the bomb hole now. And down through the corkscrew. So Simon Lauter leading this one by around 0.4 of a second from Alex Hagberg. Simon trying to close in on Michael Orlowski. So kind of thinking that Simon's gone new tyres again. So he had 2 new sets of tyres, and we think he's gone or new for 3 and 4. And Orlowski well, he just backed off down the main straight, it looked like, to let Simon go. Simon Lauter still leading this one from Alex Hagberg by 0.3 of a second. 3 minutes to go, so we'll stick with Simon Lauter, who is leading this one at the minute. Alex Hagberg is about 0.3 of a second back from this car that we are running with of Simon Lauter. In fact, let's see if we can find Alex Hagberg. He's the green and white car. He's the last car on the main straight now. That's Lucas Urban. It's the other green and white car. That's Lucas Urban we're running with. Alex Hagberg he's just at the top of the corkscrew now. And this is Volker and Reinhard we are watching. So Ronald Volker got a bit of a drag with the body shell. Lauter still leading this one at the moment from Hagberg. He's got his gap up to around half a second. Predicting 18.508, so pace not in the track at the moment for these guys. So if Simon has indeed gone with a second new tyre run, I'm presuming he has, given the pace that he caught up with Michael. That's going to give him 2 round wins. So that'll actually put him on provisional pole. 1 minute to go. Let's see if we can find Simon Lauter again. He's the orange coloured car. There we go. So Simon drops down the long back main straight. He's got this up to 1.4 seconds now, this gap for Simon. So this is tyre tactics properly coming into play. Simon Lauter then would have 2 round wins, but he would have the slowest time, I think, out of everybody who has a round win. But he would get himself a lock onto the front row of the grid with this one, if he can take this. So Simon, obviously multiple champion in the spec class, not won any Euros in the modified class at the moment. But looking as time expires, there we go, 18.508. Let's see. 5.12, 5.12, Hagberg with a 5.10. So Simon Lauter, has Simon Lauter taken that? Let me just check the previous round. We're just waiting for everybody's finishing times to come in. Okay, let's just have a look. So yes, Simon Lauter then with a 0 and a 0. So Simon Lauter, we know, will be starting on the front row of the grid tomorrow. And Michael, it will be either Michael Olowski or Bruno Coelho that join him. But Simon with a couple of round wins, although the slowest time out of all of them. So Michael Olowski needs to win the last round to deny Simon Lauter pole. Because Michael has the fastest time so far. Bruno has what's his best score? 504.120 versus 504.797. So if either Bruno or Michael take the last round, they take pole off of Simon. So Simon has the slowest time out of all of the round wins. I've got lots of fingers and thumbs everywhere and trying to figure that one out. Whew, last round of qualifying. Last round of qualifying gets underway then. Edwin Kvarnstrom leading this one. He had quite a bit of pace from memory in hand over any of the others in this heat. Let's just double check, see where we're at, what we need to be looking for. Who have we got? So Stefan Schultz has got 2 round wins. Mark Valent's got a round win. That was it. And so Edwin Kvarnstrom is currently 15th overall. He's got 2 11th in round. Roman Borchel's the one we need to look out for in the top heat, because he has got 0 and his other counting scores are 24. So Roman Borchel's going to need something out there. Stefan Schultz, really consistent. He's done 2 runs, 14, 5, 12, 174, 14, 5, 12, 7, 9, 1. Mark Valent 14 in 5, 13. Oh, in fact, his best counting score is going to be a 5.16, isn't it? And we've got Borchel, a 14, 5, 12, 3, 2, 3, which is 5, 12, 3, 2, 3 versus 5, 12, 1, 7, 4. So Stefan Schultz has got the fastest time in his pocket, so someone's going to need to beat Stefan in the last round, either Mark Valent or Roman Borchel, and manage a faster time as well on that one. So we'll just make a note of that one so that we know what we're looking for. So 5, 12, 1, 7, 4. That will give us an idea of what we're looking at for the top end of spec. So looking likely for Stefan Schultz, but Roman Borchel or Mark Valent could take that one. So we'll keep an eye on it. Patrick Room leading this one with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can spot the 3 car. Last track action of the day for a lot of these drivers. The 3 car is the green and white coloured car. There we go. We've managed to pick him up. One minute to go. Edwin Kvarnstrom leading this one from the car we're following of Patrick Room. Got a lead of around 3 seconds. Just as they're heading down through into the infield. Coming up to the last 30 seconds. We're just doing finishing times. Coming across Edwin Kvarnstrom, taking that with a 13-lap run in 5:13. There we go, Edwin Kvarnstrom taking that one from Patrick Room, Yannick Romans, and Valdemar Wikstrom, Marek Sova, Frankie Fletcher, Yannick Pasquier. Okay, Lewis Kretschmer then taking that round win. You obviously went with a new tyre run on that one, but quite surprised by the pace.
Yeah, pace was really good. Car was excellent. It was a feast. 5 minutes, so much fun. It was insane.
Yeah, and obviously, were you surprised to make that split lap? I mean, we were quite surprised and saw the 4:59 flash up on your split time.
Yeah, it was. It was the first time we did 17 laps this weekend, and I thought okay, it will be a good 16 lap run, but now I did it, and that's all what that matters.
Yeah, so that puts you in now quite a good position. So obviously Ollie's got 2 round wins, so you need to win this last round to take TQ effectively off of him. But I think you've got a good chance.
I'll do the same like every time. I'll put everything into it, and we will see what will be possible. The car feels very good, so all open, in my opinion.
Okay, and also Max up there with a round win as well, so can't count him out yet, but he needs to win and set a fast time as well.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so looking good. So you're in the top 3 on the grid anyway.
Yeah, I'm very excited what the last one will bring, and just go all in.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Simon Lauter, 2 from 2 then. So I guess you went with another new tyre run for round 4.
Yes, there was not too many guys left with new tires, so we decided to go for it and go for a second TQ. It open what Lucas and Bruno were doing. Obviously, as a team, I knew what Lucas is going to do. So now I'm starting second at worst, so this is a good thing, and let's see what happens now.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're in a bit of a weird position because you've got 2 round wins, so you're definitely second on the grid at worst, but you've got the slowest time out of all of the guys who have got round wins.
Yes, but Lucas can have the fastest time. I don't care, because then he will secure me overall TQ. So I'm happy for him to go for fastest time now.
Right, okay, so effectively then in that last round, you're just driving. Are you going to, I guess, not hold people up, but try and slow the pace of the run down a bit?
No, at least for me, that's not possible. I will just try to keep it on track. And then for sure, one eye will be on the timing screen, what happens with Lucas and Bruno. And then we will see. It's always very hard during the race as well, because you never know what's going on actually, because there's this, I think, one time where it says the standings, but you don't know the distance. It's very hard to know whether you need to push or whether you don't need to push. I think it was the same problem for Michael the run before, because it's hard if you're on a big track, stretched out field, you never exactly know what is going on. This makes it very hard, but probably Michael can tell his feelings about this as well.
Yeah, I guess 1 second on the main straight looks very different to 1 second on the infield.
Yes, and on other tracks you have this reference point where okay, I'm end of straight, he's on the infield at this particular corner. But here it's very hard, especially if you don't start next to each other. So this gives, I don't know, whether it's excitement or whether it's just something special to this race. You can call it whatever you want. But yeah, obviously I will follow with one eye what is going on in front, because yeah, on used tires we saw this. There's basically no chance, especially in the first minute.
Yeah, but good to know you're on the front row anyway.
Yes, I will take it.
Absolutely. Okay, well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Michael, well, it's a bit of a weird position for you. So you've got a round win, you've got the quickest time so far, but you now need to win the last round to stand a chance for TQ.
Yes.
On that one, and notice, was that a little mistake from you coming out on the main straight, or did you just open up for Simon? You knew he was that much faster.
No, I spun out. I was pushing really hard on the used tires, and I think I got on the curb at full throttle, so I was lucky not to crash, and luckily I didn't crash into Simon. I think he slowed down a little bit, so it was well, luckily we avoided a crash. But yeah, I didn't take Q3 on the new tires, so now I'm on used. Lucas and Bruno are on the new, so I need to find a miracle on the track to take the last one.
So I guess you'd probably rather Lucas takes the last round than Bruno, because if Bruno does it on, Bruno's the one with the round win. Lucas hasn't, so that gives you the best chance of getting second on the grid in the last run.
I think second or third it's not a big difference. Sometimes third it's better on the starting grid, but I will try. I still believe I can take you the last one.
Okay, and how does the sort of car feel out there? Are you noticing the car starting to move around more now that the heat's up?
I was on used tires, so it's completely different. But my car was much better now than in Q3 since we made a small change. So I feel better for tomorrow's finals. I think when the temperature came up for Q3, my car wasn't set up ideally for these conditions. Which allowed Simon to take the TQ in that round. So let's see. I think the car is very good, but with the tire strategies in qualifying, it's a bit all over the place. So will be interesting how the grid is for tomorrow's finals.
So I think we're looking even hotter tomorrow, aren't we, for the finals as well?
Yeah.
So looking like it should be good. Well done anyway, and we'll be keeping an eye on what happens in the last round.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back then for the top heat of Fronty. So effectively, what have we got here? Stefan Schultz is looking the man most likely, but also Mark Valent in with a shout as well. He's got a round win, as has Roman Borchell. So Stefan Schultz with 2 round wins and also the fastest time so far, a 14 in 5:12.174. Starting order's changed again. There's something weird going on with these starting orders. But Stefan Schultz going to head away from Roman Borchell. And Gergo Valent. So let's let this top heat of front-wheel drive go. Well, last round of qualifying. So effectively, Stefan Schultz. If Stefan Schultz wins it, he is TQ. He's pole position. If Romain Bourchel wins it, he is TQ, providing he does a quicker time than 14 in 5:12.174. It's made it a little bit more interesting because Stefan Schultz hasn't started. Okay, so Stefan, very confident then. He's got his 2 round wins, but I'd at least think he'd want to be out on the track and have a say in it. So Romain Bourchel leading away then. We're running with Romain Bourchel. Gergo Valent to the front, then Marc Valent to the front. It is, remember, let's have a look who we're looking for. Marc Valent is the one that can take, Marc Valent's the other one with the round win. So let's have a look. 14 in 5:16. See, they're already slower than the 5:12, so I think Stefan Schultz may well have sat this one out and got away with it. It's the 5 car we're running with of Marc Valent that he's leading. So we're running with him on shot, the pink coloured car. Think Stefan Schultz will be sat at the side of the track thinking, yep, that's worked. He's gone out there, he's done 2 runs, TQ'd them both, and then sat out the rest of them. So Stefan Schultz wins round 1, wins round 3, sat out round 2 and round number 4 and round number 5. Steph BZGT saying, hello, what motor in front wheel drive? It's an open motor, it's not a spec motor in there, so up to driver's choice, not a handout motor. Gergo Valent now to the front. So don't think they are looking like they're on to challenge the time of Stefan Schultz anyway, who did his time 14:5:12.174. They're currently predicting 14:5:15s, 5:16s, and we're approximately half distance into the run. So don't think we're going to see a change of TQ. They're going to have to pick up the pace pretty dramatically in order to make some kind of alteration there. Marc Valent and Gergo Valent running very close to one another. That was the 9 car of Thomas Sova that he has just passed. So between the top 2 there is 0.2 of a second. Gergo moves to the top. Then Marc Valent joins in. Romain Bourchel needs this sort of 4th, 5th in round to try and lock himself into the final. So 1 minute left to go. Mark Valent we are running with, the number 5 car dropping down the hill. He's got his lead up to around 0.6 of a second over his brother Diego. Down the long back straight. Very long back straight with these front wheel drive cars. So onto their final lap. Looking like a 14 in 5:16.226. So Mark Valent taking that one from Gergo by just over a second. Aurelien Trejo in third. I think Roman Borchel in fourth. So that is time expired. Let's see if we can have a look at what that's done to the overall rankings. So Stefan Schultz will be starting on pole position from Mark Valent. Roman Borchel will be starting third overall on the grid, followed by Gergo Valent, Cedric Gridelet, Jacques Libar, Aurelien Trejo, Thomas Sovar, Max Veffers, Frederick Hovgaard will be bringing up the rear of the A final. So Lucas Ott is unlucky BQ man for finals tomorrow. So I think whilst the first heat of spec goes on, we're just going to take on some refreshments and we'll be back shortly.
Super excited. Super excited to share a fantastic promotion from Invisible Speed.
That's right, Invisible Speed is launching a completely new touring car book very, very soon, packed with awesome info and tips from today's fastest touring car racers.
You can go to invisiblespeed.net right now to pre-order Invisible Speed TC, the definitive guide to on-road scale motorsport.
That's right, pre-order the Invisible Speed touring car book now and you could win one-on-one personal tuning therapy from JQ at a future major event like TITC, Euros, Worlds, ETS, you pick.
You could also win access to an amazing online tuning course through Invisible Speed.
To enter, you just need to pre-order the touring car book by the 10th of August.
Okay, so we are back, ready to run through to the end of qualifying, certainly on the commentary. We've got Max O'Donnell leading this one with a little over 1 minute to go in this first heat of the spec class. So last round of qualifying, we've already seen Stefan Schultz taking TQ. In the front-wheel drive class. And we've got a few other permutations going on. So we know Ollie Bultink is on the front row of the grid for the spec class that we're watching running now. Lewis Kretschmer has got a round win, as has Max Mackler. Lewis, though, kind of broke he broke the mould a little bit and went against the expected by doing a 17-lap run. So Lewis has got the quickest time. Then going into mod, we've got Simon Lauter with 2 round wins, so we know he is on the front row of the grid. We've got Michael Orlowski with a round win, and he also has the fastest time, but he's used all of his new tyres. So going into the last round, we've got Bruno Coelho, who's got a round win, and we have got Lucas Urban, also with new tyres. Lucas doesn't have a round win, but Lucas has got a second in round. All of them have got faster times than Simon Lauter. So we know that Simon is starting on the front row of the grid. If either Michael Orlowski or Bruno Coelho take this last round, then they would take TQ because they have a faster time. It's unlikely for Michael Orlowski because he's on used tyres, but we'll see. Michael can do sort of unworldly things, but it's kind of Bruno and Lucas who we're going to be watching out for in the last round of modified. So lots of fingers, thumbs, permutations, etc. That's, of course, assuming that someone else doesn't win it. You know, if an Alex Hagberg, if a Mark Reinhard wins it, then that locks it in for Simon Lauter. Yeah, so, you know, Bruno, and Bruno's going to be on new tyres for round 5. Lucas will be on new tyres for round 5. Alex Hagberg will be on new tyres for round 5, so it's a little bit open, but Simon Lauter's the one with the runs in his pocket, if not the times. So he'll be rooting for really anyone but Bruno, I would think. Bruno or Michael. Anyway, here we go. Ralph Winkler is going to lead this one away, we think, pending the order changing. Looking a little bit more consistent now. Ralph Winkler then leading away from Edmund Peyton Marchi, Lucas Witt, Nikos Nikolakopoulos, Niels Mers, Tim Espen, Fabian Bacchetti, Philippos Georgantis and Kent Bertilsson. So Ralph Winkler leads away around the first lap. Last round of qualifying for all of these guys. Some of them needing 2 good round scores from the 1 remaining round. Niels Mers also up there as well. Niels looking super fast last time out and then made a mistake about 4 minutes in, which is a little bit unfortunate on what was a new tyre run for him. We're still with the lead car of Ralph Winkler. Leading this one by, what's he leading by? Just under 4/10 from Niels Meurs. Let's see if we can find Niels. He's the 3 car. I think he's the white and minty green coloured car. Out there. He's just in the middle of the circuit now, coming down towards the pit entry. So this our second place man. Let's have a look. And he is, he's now dropped down into 3rd position, about 3/10 off of the lead. Lead car is now car number 1, Nikos Nikolakopoulos. So let's see if we can run with car 1 and spot car 1 out there. So car 1 is the yellow front, red centre, white rear. He's just dropping down the corkscrew. So it's the lead of those cars. He's just in the banking now, in the middle of the circuit. So Nikos leading this one. By around 7/10 of a second at the moment. And starting to close in on the number 9 car of Ralph Winkler, so the car that started out first. Nikos closing in on him. So Winkler going to have to open up for Nikolakopoulos. And a little bit of over-rotation there for Nikos. Might let, well, Niels Meurs was running second, but he's 2 seconds behind. Might drop him down the field a little bit. Still got car 1 leading this one. 1 minute to go. So we'll run with him to the end unless he makes a mistake. 1.5 seconds over Niels Meurs now. Again, just trying to close in on the car of Ralph Winkler. Ralph running in 3rd position himself. Ralph Winkler has opened up for Nikos. Nikos taking that one at the end from Niels Meurs by around 1.7 seconds. So Nikos taking that one at the end there. Getting set for heat number 6. Jonathan Klo going to lead away from Nico Egelseer, Nico Winkler, Sinan Kaptan, Eric Huby, Yaroslav Kritz, Simon Sez, Marlon Rathajski and Adam Walinski. Looks like we've got an early retirement for number 8 of Nico Winkler.
Vergiss noch ein Zeichen.
Number 1, 8, 3, 7, 6, 2, 5, 9, 4.
Jonathan Klo leading this one away then from Nico Egelseer. Going to settle down after a couple of laps. As we build towards the top end of qualifying, so we're nearly halfway through round number 5, or just over a third of the way through round number 5. So we go up to heat number 11 in spec, and then we are into modified, so we've got 4 heats of modified out there. So on air for just over another hour. Then we have, bizarrely, the opening ceremony as well, which ended up being delayed till the end of qualifying. But lead car at the moment is car number 3 of Nico Egelseer. So let's see if we can spot car number 3. I think by process of elimination he is the car that's 1 car back from the one we're following. We'll confirm that as he comes past. That is indeed the car 3 of Nico Egelseer. Three minutes remaining for these drivers. Last track action of the day for them. Nico Egelseer leading from Jonathan Klo, leading from Sinan Kaptan. I think Egelseer having a bit of a confidence wobble compared to some of the drivers in later heats. You can see it when we get to this sort of chicane coming back towards the driver's rostrum. So this chicane that's just coming up now, you can see he's taking a bit more of a deflection through the middle of it than a straight line that some of the quick heats are taking, and that's the difference. Marlon Rathajski's got himself up into third position out there somewhere. In fact, he's now up into second position. He's the 5 car. Let's see if we can spot him. He is he's the lead car just coming down the corkscrew now, is Marlon Rathajski. So, yeah, I can kind of see that. It's quite similar to Jan's race paint. It's a little bit less black at the rear of the car. But we are running at the moment with the car of, let's have a look. That is the number 1 car of Jonathan Clough, running in second position at the minute. So the car 4 of Adam Wolinski, sensibly backing out of that one. So he is now sandwiched betwixt the 2 lead cars. That gets out of the way quite nicely. This is our second place man, Jonathan Clough. Trying to stretch away from Nico Egelsier. Nico started out 2 seconds behind him. Gap between them 1.4 seconds currently. So that means the actual gap between them on track around 0.6. Time expired. Nico Egelsier gets that one from Jonathan Clough. Marlon Rathajski in third position. The cars just heading down the pit lane.
Das ist ja auch Luke. Wer Radl Luke hinten? Der Herr da. Du auch für schön. Was passiert? Radl vergessen haben.
Here we go then, getting set for heat number 7. Theo Parasarakis from Christos Vasilopoulos. Darko Meister starts third. I think we've got Corentin de Kret, Jelle Clausen, Julian Jost, Cedric Gridelet, Frederick Hovgaard and Stefan Romans. In fact, Corentin de Kret going to lead away, so another change of starting order right before the start. Corentin de Kret going to lead away, then the purple coloured car. Corentin de Kret leading away from Cedric Gridelet. Christos Vasilopoulos running in third position at the moment. Jelle Klursen in fourth. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, just as we build towards the top end of qualifying. Last heat running of the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships from Luxembourg. Corentin de Kret we're running with at the moment, leading from Cedric Gridelet. Jelle Klursen running in third. Darko Meister in fourth. That Gridelet has just taken the lead by about 3/100ths of a second. And fairly big mistake there from Corentin de Kret. We'll drop him down the order. 3 minutes to go. Corentin de Kret, who we are running with in second place. Cedric Gridelet leading. He is, I think he's one car back, the green coloured car. Let's see if we can move our focus back one car. That is Cedric Gridelet. Cedric Gridelet leading this one. Started out just over a second behind Corentin de Kret. So in front of him on the track as he drops down the corkscrew. Lot of curb there. Flick through the infield. So 1.3 second lead for Gridelet over de Kret. In fact, Jelle Klursen's got himself up into second position now. He is 1.5 seconds off of Gridelet. So we're running with Cedric Gridelet at the moment. Jelle Klursen is the closest challenger out there. What have we got? 1 minute, just over 1 minute to go. 1.5 seconds between the lead two cars. We're running with our lead car. And that was Corentin de Kret. He's just passed. So small mistake from de Kret. Drops down into the bomb hole, then climbs up to the top of the corkscrew. Loads of elevation change there, a couple of meters down at that end of the circuit. So Corentin de Kret now trying to navigate his way back past. We have got... I think they're going to be starting their last lap. Yeah, they should be. Yes, they're starting their last lap now. So Cedric Gridelet, last run on track of today, last lap on track of the day at racing speed. Looking to enjoy this one. That will be his qualifying done. We're starting to get towards the sharp end of spec. Spec goes all the way up to heat number 11, and we've got lots of permutations for that, lots of fingers and thumbs to work out. With Ollie Boltink with 2 round wins, so we know he's going to be front row of the grid. Lewis Kretschmer with the around win and the quickest time. Then we've got Max Mackler, who's got the around win. He's got the biggest challenge, if you like. He needs a round win and he needs to do a new faster time. So that's kind of how that's going to work out. So we know that we have got Ollie Boltink on the front row of the grid. We're just going to work out who's going to join him and whether they will be on pole position. So if Lewis Kretschmer wins the last round, he is TQ. If Max Mackler wins the last round, he may be TQ, but he needs to do a faster time than Ollie Boltink's time. He doesn't need to do a faster time than Lewis Kretschmer, though he probably would do anyway, because if he goes faster than Boltink, he makes it onto the extra lap and probably takes it that way. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that when we get there. Alexander Johansson going to lead away from Loic Yasmin, Adrien Antomarchi, Billy Fletcher, Bert Ayrton, Neo Lebescond, Dirk Richard, Dempsey Jacob, Flavio Paladin and Emily Rathajski. Cars just being called to the line by the referees now. So welcome to you if you are joining us for this last hour of track action on Saturday afternoon here in Luxembourg. Give a quick shout out to our event sponsors on RC Racing TV. So thank you to Hobbywing, also to Elsaram, Infinity, Lens Bodies, XCESC and X-Ray. Alexander Johansson leading away. The Swedish driver looking to try and lock himself into a B final. Let's see where he is at the moment. He is, he's BQ at the minute. So he's got a, what's he got? He's got a 6th in round and a 12th in round. So he wants to be dropping that 12th in round. If he can get like a 6th, 7th in round, something like that, that should give him a good chance of getting a lock into this final. So Alexander Johansson going away nicely at the start. Adrien Antomarchi running in 2nd position. He is currently 3/4 of a second down on Johansson. Hot lap of an 18.3 for Johansson, who we're running with, versus sort of 18.9s. So he's 0.6 a lap faster. Is Alexander Johansson. So just see as he passes traffic, just turns him inside out. Who was that? That was the 9 car. So that was the car of Emily Rathajski that he's just passed. So Johansson streaking away at the front of this one. He is already 1.5 seconds to the good over Dirk Richard. Let's see if we can spot the 8 car of Dirk Richard. That is the all-white coloured car. He's just dropped through the bomb hole now and down through the corkscrew. So he is up in the banking. Yeah, looks like there's 2 white coloured cars. There we go. We've got him on stream. This is Dirk Richard, the local driver. Running in, well, it's super close actually. He's running in 5th place at the moment, but he is Let's have a look from second. He is within about 0.6 of a second, so he's in 6th place. But between second and 6th, there's around sort of 0.5 second to 0.6 of a second, covering a lot of them. Adrian Antomarchi also in there, as is Billy Fletcher. Just over 2 minutes of the run left. Let's see if we can find Loic Yasmin. He is a pink front, white rear car. He is just through the infield now, so he's coming down towards the pit entry. He's going to be through the bomb hole. There we go. Loic Yasmin running in 3rd position at the moment, but very, very close between him and Adrian Antomarchi. But Alexander Johansson still leading this one. Lead has come down. It's little over 0.8 of a second. Oh, that's why it sounds like his chassis is dragging on the floor. We're running with Loic Yasmin. So as they come up to the line on their final lap, Alexander Johansson has taken that one from Adrian Antomarchi. Loic Yasmin in 3rd position. So Loic Yasmin getting to within 2 seconds of the leader right at the end of that one. So that was heat 8 complete. Alexander Johansson taking that one. A little bit hobbled at the end, I think, by some sort of either chassis dragging or body shell dragging. Something clearly not right with the car at the end of that one. So who do we have in heat number 9? So we've got Martin Hoody, Phil Langner, Nathan Atlani, Bart Vubben, Daniel Heiss, Jacques Lieber, Arno Solniak, Mattis Benettin, Mike Martinez, and Christian Jensen. Drivers being released out onto the circuit for their warm-up lap. So last opportunity for drivers to feel what they've got underneath them. Those drivers that have saved new tyres for this last run of the day are going to have a bit of an epiphany as they feel exactly what they have got underneath them. Of course, they'll have been on very, very second-hand tyres come the end of Q4 for those guys, so it's going to feel like a sudden, huge increase in traction. Phil Langner leading away then from Martin Hoody. And big over rotation there from Phil Langner as he turned it in, and back of the car just stepped out and away from him. So Phil Langner actually the slowest opening lap, which is kind of what we'd expect when we saw that sideways moment. No one caught and passed him, but just shows what the pace actually is. Let's give it a couple of laps for everything to settle down while we run with Phil Langner. So Arnaud Sognac hits the front. In fact, Jacques Liebar's hit the front with the 8 car. So the 8 car is the lime green car, just coming down the corkscrew now. The car of Jacques Liebar. And super close at the front between all of them. So Jacques is he's now second. Jacques Liebar still second. He is less than a tenth off of the lead. So we're running with him at the moment as he tries to hunt down the car directly in front of him on track is Mattis Benetton. So Jacques Liebar back to the front now from Bart Vubben, and leading this one by around quarter of a second. So this is the car we're running with. So still Jacques Liebar leading this one from Bart Vubben. Top 3 super close. Nathan Atlani is in there as well. So right in the mix. Jacques Liebar still leading this one with sort of chaos erupting around him. He has got, what's he got? 0.2 of a second over Phil Langner. So Phil Langner setting a nice consistent pace at the front. Jacques Liebar aiming to creep up on him, give him a bit of a fright from the rear of the field. In fact, Phil Langner has now got Jacques Liebar. So Phil Langner now back to the front of this one by 1.5 tenths. Let's see if we can pick up the lead car of Phil Langner. Again, he's coming down towards the pit entry. So drops the car down into the bomb hole and up over the corkscrew. Phil Langner looking to get a bit of a lock into the B final. Where is he at the moment? Phil Langner, he's got an 11th and a 13th in round, so he's 19th at the minute. So, yeah, could do with dropping that 13th in round. So time has expired. Phil Langner gets that one in the end pretty comfortably, actually, from Jacques Libar. So good pace all the way to the end for Phil Langner. The car's coming down the pit lane. Here we go then, heat 10 coming up. So getting towards the very sharp end of spec. Got a little over half hour of track action left today. Adam Ise will be starting off first in this one from Stefan Schultz, Matthias Nedrebo, Jan Ratajski, Benjamin Elbiser, Niels de Greiser, Enzo Ruslan, Sam Nichols, Gergo Valent and Manuel Wagner. So Adam Ise currently 5th. So he's got a 2 and a 3 to count. So potentially he could get himself on the front row of the grid, but he'd need to TQ the round and do a faster time than Lewis Kretschmer has managed so far, so he'd need to do a new faster time as well on that one. Technically possible, but so Adam Ise, of course, defending champion from last year. Had a bit of a mare in seeding yesterday. And consequently not in the top heat. Oh, so straight away, Adam Ise sounds like he's got a stripped spur gear or something wrong. So that's Adam Ise out of the question for TQ. Should still be in the A final. So Stefan Schultz has led away. Where's Stefan at the moment? He is 7th. He's got a 4 and a 7. So could do with dropping that 7 probably. I think he should still be okay to get himself in. But we'll keep an eye on that one. Stefan Schultz, we are running with leading at the moment then. Got Stefan Schultz after a couple of laps leading this one as he drops into the bomb hole and over the top of the corkscrew. Got Enzo Ruslan running in second position with the number 8 car. So Enzo Ruslan, that is the white and teal green coloured car. So he's like 4 cars back, I think. He's just going through the banking now. So this is second place man Enzo Ruslan. And just see a little spin there for Sam Nichols dropping into the bomb hole. And, oh, mistake there from Enzo Ruslan. And as he rejoins, collects... Oh, that was Sam Nichols that lost a tyre as he rejoined. So, in fact, I think it's more than a tyre. I think he's broken the arm on that car. So that's Sam Nichols out of that one. Stefan Schultz leading now from Matthias Nedrebo with Enzo Rislan. So Matthias Nedrebo is the number 6 car. It's one of the bright orange coloured cars. I think there's 2 of them out there. It should be the one heading down towards the pit lane. It is, so there we go. That is the second place car of Matthias Nedrebo. Matthias is, let's have a look where he is. He was 9th, so he's got a 4th in round last round and a 10th. So he's looking, if he can drop that 10th in round, that could get him a lock in. So Nedrebo running a couple of seconds behind Stefan Schultz. Just wait and see for the timing to update as he crosses the loop. In fact, he's quite a long way down. He's 3.8 seconds off. So just made a bit of a mistake, which has dropped him back. So with 1.5 minutes to go, let's see if we can find Stefan Schultz again. He is just dropping down the corkscrew out onto the main straight. So he's through the banking. There we go, Stefan Schultz. Familiar blue and white livery on his car. So heading towards the top heat. What are we heading for? A 16 in 5:04. So it's a decent run come together for Stefan Schultz. Remember, we had a 17 lap run from Louis Kretschmer last time. So there we go, Stefan Schultz taking it on a 16 in 5:04.441. So what we're looking for now in the top heat, we've got 3 drivers in the top heat who have taken a round win in the 4 rounds so far. So we've got Ollie Baltink with the first 2 round wins. We've got Max Mackler taking the 3rd round. And we've got Louis Kretschmer taking the 4th round. Louis, though, on a new tyre run, managed to set the only 17-lap run that we've seen so far. So if Louis wins this last round, he is TQ. If Max wins the last round and effectively does a 17-lap run, he is TQ. And if Ollie Baltink wins the last round, he is TQ. If anybody but Max or Lewis wins the last round, then Ollie Baltink is TQ. So a few different permutations. So I think we're going to see Lewis Kretschmer off first because he's got the fastest time over Ollie Bultink. So a little over 5 minutes away from finding out who is going to be TQ for the spec class. Here we go then, Lewis Kretschmer going to lead away from Ollie Bultink and Max Mackler. So we're thinking Max has got new tyres for this one, so is going to be like super fast. And he's already eaten up the gap to Ollie Bultink. You can just see in the back of shot. So let's see who has got the quickest opening lap. It's Kretschmer. 18.1, so it's a very hot opening lap from Lewis. Mark Valent also looking like he's got some fairly serious pace out there. We're sticking with Lewis Kretschmer at the moment. He's leading this one by 0.2 of a second over Max Mackler. So remember, if Lewis takes this, he is going to be our pole sitter. So we're figuring out who joins Ollie Bultink on the front row. We know Ollie Bultink will be first or second on the grid, by virtue of 2 round wins already. Lewis Kretschmer takes this one. He will be on pole position. He's got a faster time than Ollie Bultink. Max Mackler could do it, but he is, 0.3 off of Lewis at the minute. So Lewis Kretschmer doing everything he needs to take TQ at the moment over his more experienced teammates. Three minutes left to go. Max has got the gap down to 1.5 tenths. So Kretschmer's time was a 17 in 5:19. Top 2 are currently predicting 5:16s. Max now within 0.5 tenth of Kretschmer. So let's move our focus back 2 cars. Let's pick up Max's car. So white front, orange rear. It's less than 1.5 tenths. They have the 4 car of Nico Catalani between them. So Nico does the right thing, gets out of the way of Max, and now Max hits the front. So Max now predicting a 17 in 5:17.252. So if Max wins this, he doesn't need a quicker time than Lewis, but he needs a quicker time than Ollie then to TQ. Now, Ollie's time was a 16 in 500 dead 0.15 effectively. So Max doesn't have to make the 17-lap run. In fact, I don't think they're going to. What are they at 4 minutes? He's predicting a 5:18.243. It was a 17 in 5:19.010, remember, that Kretschmer did. Still 5:18.449. What have we got? We have got, how many more laps have we got? So potentially Max could do this. It all depends whether he makes the split onto the last lap. And Kretschmer now gets himself back in front by 2 1/1000ths of a second. So Lewis Kretschmer just takes the lead on that lap from Max Mackler. So we're going to find out, are they making the 17s? Lewis has, Max has, and takes the lead. So Max now on the 17, so it's this lap for Max. Max is leading. If Max takes this, he is TQ, he is pole. If Lewis takes this, he is pole. So basically, it's a last lap shootout. Dive for the line. Who's taking it? Max Mackler takes it. 5:18.563. So Max Mackler is pole position for your finals tomorrow. So Max Mackler is TQ. Not sure if he realises that yet, but 17-lap run for him. 5:18.563. So Max with 2 round wins and a new fastest time. So the man most unlikely. Max Mackler takes that one, so he will start on pole from Ollie Bultink, starting second. And I think that should be Lewis Kretschmer starting in 3rd position. Let's just get an official one on that. Indeed, Max Mackler with 2 zeros. Ollie Bultink starts 2nd. Lewis Kretschmer 3rd. Adam Isay, a bit of a recovery up to 4th. Jesper Rasmussen, Mark Valent, Lucas Ellerbrock, Stefan Schultz, Jaroslav Kritz, and Mathias Nedrebo will start 10th. Unlucky 11th is going to be Alexander Johansson. So first heat of modified is going to be out next. So we've just seen TQ taken by Max Mackler in the spec class. So only modified to go. We've got Stefan Schultz on pole in front wheel drive. We've got Max Mackler on pole in spec. Daniele Pacini running out in front in this one. got Razvan Stroh is the quickest car out there, car number 6. I think that is the bright yellow car on the back straight. And that's car number 4. That's Morris Individo. Car number 6 is the all orange coloured car. He is just up at the top of the corkscrew now. And down the main straight. That's Razvan Stroh, the lead car. Just trying to escape the attentions of the 1 car of Peter Ender. Still Razvan Stroh leading this one from Morris Indovino. JQ running in 3rd position. Got a little bit of a mistake from the leader. Has dropped him back very slightly. So he's now behind the 1 car of Peter Ender. So that's promoted JQ to the front. Let's see if we can find JQ. He is the other orange coloured car with the black sort of lower part of the body shell. We've got him there as he drops down through the corkscrew, down the main straight. JQ still leading this one from Razvan Stroh and Morris Indovino. A little over 30 seconds left for JQ. Let's have a look and see whereabouts he was. He was 29th going into this, a 22nd in round and a 23rd in round. So be looking to bump himself up into the C final. So top 2 make the extra lap, JQ and Razvan Stroh. Group 13 out of 15 about to run. So Matthias Knopp, Jose Pereira, Tim Kerman, Dai Sakaguchi, Ben Jabira, Andreas Brin, Liam Tyrrell, Thomas Sova, and Martin Wouters. Matthias Knopp will be leading away then from Jose Pereira. So already a little bit of over-rotation from Matthias Knopp. It hangs on to it. Coming up towards the end of qualifying. Martin Wouters is a fairly early leader. We'll give it a couple of laps to settle down. So got a breakage for the number 1 car of Jose Pereira. Let's see if we can find car number 8 then of Martin Wouters. He's one of the cars on the back straight at the moment, the number 8 car. I think he is the white front, blue stripe, grey rear, it is. So he's just dropped into the bomb hole and down through the corkscrew. So that there is Martin Wouters, our leader, leading from Matthias Knopp. Still Martin Wouters, the Dutch driver, leading this one by around 1.6 seconds from Matthias Knopp. Made a mistake and dropped him off a little bit. Let's see where he is when he crosses the line. So he's now half a second down. So it cost him little over a second, that mistake. Another mistake there for him. Spins onto the grass, so just puts a tyre on the grass, turns himself round. That's dropped Martin Wouters even further off and extends the lead of Matthias Knopp, which is this orange car that we have picked up here, the number 5 car. So Matthias Knopp now leading from Thomas Sova. A little over a minute to go, and it's all fallen apart for Martin Wouters. You just saw a marshal going out to recover him from the middle of the track. We're running with Matthias Knopp now, our lead car. He is, had he got himself into the B final? He had. He is currently 17th. So he's 17th with an 11 and a 12. So he's already got 2 good scores and looking pretty good for a lock into the B final. Into the final minute now for Matthias Knopp. Last track action for all of these drivers for the day. Matthias Knopp drops down the corkscrew one more time. This should be his final lap. It will be his final lap at racing speed. So tyres screaming for mercy at this point. Crosses the line. Matthias Knopp takes that one. Just waiting to see where everybody drops in. Two more runs to go for the day. Okay, heat number 14. Dominic Schmid, Gilles Groskamp, Antoine Brunet, Robin Eiserman, Alessio Menicucci, Patrick Gollner, Romy Callens, Matthew Dambreen, Harley Eldridge and Pekko Ivanen. Car's just released for a warm-up lap round to the line. And then we get set for the top heat. Everybody off and counting. Dominic Schmid leading this one away from Gilles Groskamp. They give him a couple of laps to settle in. See if anybody's saved fresh tyres for this last run of the day. Antoine Brunet into an early lead. He is the minty green coloured car at the tail end of that trio. Leading by around half a second. So off into an early lead. Could do with catching and passing. I think that's Jules Groskamp just in front of him. So we're seeing a new tyre run coming together from Antoine Brunet. Very possibly. Brunet currently BQ. So running the new RC Maker chassis, the SP2. So quite a lot of eyes on that this weekend. Running a sort of Ronald Volker tribute shell as well. Very typical colours that we'd expect to see on Ronald's car. We'll see that in the next heat. And, oh, bit of over-rotation there from Brunet in the background. Just saw him rotate backwards out of shot. So Groskamp, who we're running with, is now leading this one. Gilles already in the top 10 at the moment. He is 10th with a 6 and a 9. So looking to see if he can get a lock into the final. And we already know Simon Lauter will be starting on the front row of the grid for the A final. He's the one with 2 round wins. We have got Michael Orlowski with a round win. And he's got a faster time, but he doesn't have any tyres left. We've got Bruno, who's got a round win, and he also has a faster time than Simon. So if he wins the round, he is on pole position. We also have Lucas Urban on new tyres as well. He hasn't had a round win yet. So small mistake from Jules there. Let's put Patrick Gollner to the front with the 8 car. So he is, where's Patrick Gollner? He is 3 cars back. He's the last of the cars on the main straight now. Starting to navigate his way through some traffic. That was the 9 car just getting out of his way. That's the car of Matthew Dambreen. So Patrick Gollner leading this one with 1 minute to go. And a mistake there from Dominic Schmid. Directly in front of Patrick Gollner. Doesn't deflect his attention at all. So on to the last lap now for Patrick Gollner. Last lap of qualifying action for him. Just needs to make it past the pit lane, down into the bomb hole. Not get tangled up with Dominic Schmid. Crosses the line. Patrick Gollner takes that one by a couple of tenths from Joris Groskamp. Patrick Gollner taking that one then from Joris Groskamp. Right, one more qualifying run to go.
Super excited to share a fantastic promotion from Invisible Speed.
That's right, Invisible Speed is launching a completely new touring car book very, very soon, packed with awesome info and tips from today's fastest touring car racers.
You can go to invisiblespeed.net right now to pre-order Invisible Speed TC, the definitive guide to on-road scale motorsport.
That's right, pre-order the Invisible Speed touring car book now and you could win one-on-one personal tuning therapy from JQ at a future major event like TITC, Euros, Worlds, ETS, you pick.
You could also win access to an amazing online tuning course through Invisible Speed.
To enter, you just need to pre-order the touring car book by the 10th of August.
Okay, welcome if you're just joining us here on RC Racing TV. You're a little bit late because we've got the last track action of the day from the EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships from Luxembourg. So we've got mod qualifying heat 5 or qualifying round 5, heat number 15. So what have we got? Simon Lauter, he has got 2 round wins. Michael Olowski will be leading away from Bruno Coelho. This starting order's weird. Michael Olowski will be leading away. So Michael has got a round win. He's also got the fastest time. However, he has no tyres left. Lucas Aban starts second. He doesn't have a round win yet, but he does have new tyres. Bruno Coelho has a round win and has new tyres. Then we have Simon Lauter, who has 2 round wins and no new tyres. So Simon's kind of in the best position at the moment. We know he's starting first or second. Bruno could take TQ away from him by winning and doing a new faster time. In fact, he doesn't need to do a faster time. If he wins the round, he's done. Yeah, okay. We'll figure it out as we go there. So Michael Olowski has led away, but he does not have new tyres. So he's going to be the one that is on the struggle bus a little bit out of these top 4. So we're kind of expecting Lucas Aban and Bruno Coelho to charge up to the back of Michael Olowski. And we've had Bruno with the hot opening lap. So we're running with Olowski at the moment. That is Lucas Aban just out of shot behind him. So they drop down through the corkscrew down the main straight. The pair of them covered. Okay, so a broken car in the middle, but that recovered without affecting anybody. So we've now got Lucas in front of Michael. And Bruno actually leading the 3 of them. So Bruno now trying to get through on Michael. As they go up the corkscrew, Michael opens up. So does the right thing. So it is now Bruno v Lucas. Out in front of this one, Bruno is leading. So Bruno, remember, already with a round win. And he's done a faster time than Simon Lauter has as well. So as things stand, Bruno heading for TQ. So you've got a weird situation on the rostrum of Simon Lauter willing Lucas on. But we are running with the lead 2 at the moment. So got Lucas Aban, the white and green coloured car. Bruno Coelho, the all-white coloured car. Bruno, if he takes this one, will have TQ by dint of having a faster time. He's done an 18 in 5:04.120. Simon Lauter's quick time with a round win was a 5:04.797. So it's in Bruno's hands at the moment. He doesn't actually need to pass Lucas. He just needs to stay within that 1 second. Of course, he'll want to pass Lucas, but it's absolutely not necessary. They charge off down the back straight one more time. So we already know Simon Lauter will be on the front row of the grid. If Lucas Aban takes this one, then Simon will be on pole position. If Bruno takes this one, then it's Bruno on pole. So Bruno doing everything he needs to at the moment. He's right up there now. Lucas opens up and lets him through. So that is over a second now that Bruno has on Lucas. Bruno's lead 1.1 seconds. Sure Simon will have seen that out of the corner of his eye and kind of had a little curse to himself. So Bruno doing everything he needs to at the moment to take TQ. He's also heading for, I think that's going to be a new fastest time, 5:02.485. What did Michael do this morning? Michael did a 5:03.282. Not that that would matter for Michael, but at the moment we're looking to see who is going to join Simon Lauter on the front row of the grid. And at the moment it's looking very much like it will be Bruno Coelho. And he won't just join him on the front row of the grid, he will be on pole position. So Bruno from Lucas, Mark Reinhard up in third position at the moment. But he is some 2 seconds off the lead of Bruno, so we're running with Bruno as we come into the last 40 seconds. Remember, he's caught and passed Lucas. So Bruno just needs to bring this one home. No mistakes. A pair of them caught and passed Michael Olowski. It's Bruno just starting to edge his gap from Lucas. Now Lucas has got it back to 1.2 seconds. So last lap, there we go. Bruno, 5:03.384. Lucas Aban second, Mark Reinhard third in round. So pretty certain that's going to be Bruno on pole position. I think that's a new fastest time as well, 5:03.384. Let's have a look. So Bruno Coelho is on pole position from Simon Lauter, Michael Olowski, Lucas Aban, Alex Hagberg, Mark Reinhard starts 6th, Ronald Volker will start 7th, Victor Wilk 8th, Dominic Schmidt 9th, and Gilles Groskamp 10th. Bruno getting that one. And 5:03.384. Michael Olowski 5:03.282. So actually Michael Olowski having the quickest round of qualifying. But Bruno there on TQ. So super close between the two of them. Bruno, just taken TQ. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Looked super close out there. I mean, did you feel a little bit more comfortable once you got in front of Lucas? You knew you were in front of him on the clock regardless, as long as he was behind you?
Yeah, I mean, I sat right behind Lucas, so normally we can kind of know if we are in front or not in terms of time. And I saw that I was slightly catching him, and especially on the left side of the track, that I was a bit stronger than him, and he was stronger than me on the right side. So I was kind of trying to push a little bit more on the left side, that I'm stronger, and trying to catch him. And then when I passed him, I just tried to manage the win, because I just needed to finish first this round. I didn't need to make any better time. So yeah, then I just roll it to the end.
Okay, so looking at like overall in terms of times, actually like yourself, Lucas, and Michael probably look a little bit quicker than Simon, but Simon's probably played the tyres a little bit better.
Well, I honestly don't agree. I think we are all in very close pace. It's just the tire strategy and everything that miss the things a little bit, and we kind of don't know exactly the pace. But honestly, I think we all four have very, very good pace, a very close pace, and I think it will be interesting finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looks super tight. So, obviously, you're on pole, Simon second, Michael third, Lucas fourth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward for tomorrow finals, and yeah, everything is super close. It will be very interesting.
And any changes for the practice final you're going to make, you think?
Well, I hope not. I wish I did, but I think not.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so got Lucas. Lucas, look, you've had like super strong pace all weekend, so a bit gutted to end up fourth?
Yeah, no, not enough. I mean, it would have been really funny though if I would have TQ'd and still started fourth anyway, because it would have been possible for me to start fourth with a TQ in a second. I had some good memes prepared for that, but unfortunately not. At the same time, I feel sorry for my teammate Simon, because he was on me to defend him and beat Bruno on that one, no matter my result or whatever, just beat Bruno, and it would be overall TQ, which would have been fantastic. He will line up second, me fourth. We have two cars at the front. I can take care of Michael somehow, and he can take care of Bruno, I don't know, and find a way to get the W tomorrow. But props to Bruno. He was very fast on that one. He has crazy pace, the opening laps, directly putting me under pressure. I think my car is pretty good towards the end, possibly better than his, but it was catching slightly every lap, and eventually I had to let him by. But again, yeah, as you pointed out, I'm a bit stronger right side. It's really the specific side of the track, so my local knowledge actually helps a lot here. And I need to fix my infield section, end of straight, and the two hairpins in the middle. I lose a lot here, so probably something to try tomorrow for the practice finals. But other than that, yeah, let's see tomorrow.
But obviously in qualifying, you need to open up if there's a quicker car behind you. You don't have to do that in a final.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you have to do it in the quali. I'm not sure what the penalty is. Maybe I can not open, but it's just the right thing to do. But yeah, I mean, let's have a good beer tonight. Think about what we do tomorrow. Opening ceremony coming up now. We're going to probably walk on the track, which might make things interesting for tomorrow morning if it gets dusty. So, yeah, let's see. Finals can be interesting.
Right, so bit of shock oil on like grid spots 1 and 3.
Probably, who knows?
Okay, well done anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ollie Bolting took round 1, took round 2, looked super strong, so got to be a bit gutted to miss out.
Yeah, pretty disappointed to be honest. Q1, Q2 car felt good. Q3 was also pretty good unused, and then no more connection with the car, just had no more grip. Q4 new tires, I don't know, no feeling, just sliding everywhere. Then Q5 again, no more grip, so I don't know, we need to check.
Okay, so maybe one set of tyres you think might be just not quite connecting it to the circuit?
I don't know. It feels like Q4, it feels like not a good set, but now on Q5 unused with the set of Q1, it felt again like no connection, no grip, nothing. Okay, used tires now was a big gap compared to new in Q5, but it didn't feel good to be honest.
Okay, so still starting on the front row of the grid, so still and sort of surrounded by teammates as well, so that's always helpful.
It's helpful and not helpful because it's a teammate in front, and you need to be safe. You need to make sure you don't hit him. You need to make he's safe, and it's good to have a teammate behind, so it feels like you're also safe. But it's different racing with teammates than with other team drivers.
Yeah, but looking for a good set of finals tomorrow anyway.
Yeah. I hope it's gonna be good finals, nice and clean, and normally we manage all three to drive nice and clean, so I think it's no problem.
Well done anyway.
Thank you very much.
Max Mackler, and man least likely going into that last round to do it, and you just managed to do it. I think got it by just over a tenth from Lewis.
Yeah, a good horse jumps only as high as it needs. Nah, jokes aside. It was also for me a bit unexpected, but yeah, I know I still can do it, so I went for it. In the beginning, I took it very easy because I didn't want to throw it away in the beginning. And then at some point, I was like, okay, in worst case, if I mess up now, I start third, or I try to do everything I can, and it worked out.
Yeah, because it was kind of weird, because going into the, I mean, obviously you and Lewis both made that, you made the split lap, so it was kind of all down to that last lap. How do you manage pushing on that last lap? Because if you go too hot, I guess, then you're starting third, so you knew you were going to be either pole or third. You couldn't get second.
TQ or car kit?
Fair enough, okay. So that was the plan, but I guess in your position as team manager, you were kind of happy with either position. Obviously, as a driver, you want TQ, but you're kind of happy, you know, that someone on the team is going to take pole anyway.
Absolutely. Like, all my guys know that I don't care who of us will win. It's just important that one of us will win. So, and yeah, in my position as team manager and driver, the most guys know in the meantime I don't race as often anymore, and I'm more on the supportive side, but for Euros, German champs and world champs, I join and still do my best. So I'm totally fine whoever it is of us, and it's just important that it's one of us. That's my goal.
So time setting up the new transmitter on Thursday was well spent.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe we could see that at the warm-up race I had some issues that I didn't know of, and it's fixed, so thanks to the support from Hoeko, from Hupo and Sanwa, that hit me up with a transmitter shipment into the hotel, and everything went well.
Excellent, well done, and hope to speak to you after finals.
Thanks a lot, have a good evening.
There we go then. That is the end of qualifying here at Luxembourg. So we have got Bruno Coelho on pole position for mod class. We've got Max Mackler on pole for the spec class, and Stefan Schultz for the front wheel drive class. Great day of qualifying action, and there's no standout favourite, I think, is probably the biggest thing to take away for the finals. I don't think we've all got people who look like they've got, we've got sort of 3 cars in spec, 4 cars in mod that look like they're all right up there and mixing it with one another. So it should be a stonking day of finals action tomorrow.